with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state
of New Mexico and
and
the
the
seal
symbol of perfect friendships among united.
cultures.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go on to the moment of reflection from the RECC. We have Mr. Joe Doolittle.
Hello.
Yes, we can
Let's
hear you,
take
sir.
a moment. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. Let us take a moment to reflect that our lives are not determined by what happens to us, but by how we react to what happens. Not by what life brings to us, but by the attitude we bring to life. A positive attitude causes a chain reaction of positive thoughts, events, and outcomes. It is a catalyst, a spark that creates extraordinary results. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, can I just make a
Yes,
brief suggestion?
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton. Yes.
Thank you. Can I just make a brief suggestion that when, even though we're normally doing the pledge together, that everybody but the chair remain muted, because otherwise there's incredible feedback and time delays, and it's very hard to go through it and listen.
Yes,
So
I would.
everybody can
I
save
definitely
themselves,
would
but stay
agree.
on mute.
I would agree with that, Commissioner Hamilton, and thank you. I was actually going to address that. So I appreciate you bringing that forward as well. I noticed there was a lot of feedback, and so yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And you might want to adjust your camera. It's still looking like you're standing up.
There we go. Any better? I became shorter. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number F, and this is the approval of the agenda. Is there any changes or requests to bring items up or anything to that matter? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Manager Miller?
we have an amended agenda from last Friday, 4/24 at 4:53. It was posted. Couple of items were added to the agenda. Item 2 on consent, 2G, resolution determining reasonable notice for the remainder of the calendar year 2020 for the Open Meetings Act.
And this 2G is actually part of the consent agenda, is that correct?
Has joined the meeting.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's on consent, item 2G. That was added on Friday.
Okay.
Also on under miscellaneous items, item 4, A was withdrawn. That was a request to publish title and general summary, but we withdrew that. I'll talk about that under matters from the county manager on our updates. And then also item 4C, an approval of an agreement between Santa Fe County and Rancho Viejo Industrial Park Owners Association was added.
Okay.
Otherwise, the agenda is as it was posted on 4/21.
Great. Thank you, Manager Miller. Back to the board. Are there any concerns, questions as far as the agenda and the changes that we've made to this point? Are there any other requests from the board? If there's not any, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, we have multiple seconds from Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Moreno. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. I do really quickly want to see if Commissioner Garcia has joined us yet. Commissioner Garcia? Okay, I'll still call on him for the vote, but I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes,
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
and a yes from the chair, Commissioner Roybal. So we have 4 yeses, and right now we don't have Commissioner Garcia, so it passes unanimously. We're going to go to, next is item number G, and this is the approval 24th, 2020 Board of County Commissioners Special Meeting and Canvas Board Meeting minutes. Are there any changes? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have submitted the changes. I do have one additional change that I'm just going to tell Debbie. I am assuming she's on the line. It's on page 23, line 3, and it's the word is things instead of thems. So since I can't hand her the minutes, but the other section has been changed. So with that, I move to approve the minutes with changes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, and thank you for the changes. Are there any other changes? But I'll entertain a second as well.
no.
Do I hear a
Mr. Chair, I
second?
would move to approve the minutes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes,
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
and a yes from myself as well, Commissioner Roybal. So we have 4 yeses, the motion passes, and we have approval for our March 24th,
Has joined the meeting.
County Commissioners Special Meeting. Next, we're going to go to item number H, and this is the recognition of new hires. I'm going to go to our esteemed County Manager, Catherine Moore.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I also think Commissioner Garcia might have joined us.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia, are you on the line?
I know he's trying to log on, so I thought I heard it join us. But anyway, I will go to the recognition of new hires. While we have slowed down on our hiring, the month of March still had some hirings in process, which is probably a good thing. But so we do have a few new employees in the month that were hired and started in the month of March. On the screen is the list of those in senior services. Carrie Dubois Cook in our corrections facility, 2 detention officers, Lawrence Aragon and Elijah Vigil. In property control maintenance technician, Mariah Townsend. In sustainability, a sustainability specialist in public works, Adeline Murthy. And in the sheriff's office, administrative assistant, Sandra Archuleta. And Sheriff's Deputy 1, Nicholas LaFleur, and Sheriff Deputy Cadet Ruben Blea. So just like to welcome them to Santa Fe County. And while it's a challenging time to start a job, a new job, hopefully they're able to get right in and learn their
Has joined the
new
meeting.
position.
Okay, great for that update, Manager Miller. And you're right, it's definitely a difficult time and definitely a time where things aren't at their normal. So, I would welcome the new employees and staff members and just say that, things will get back to their norm and you'll see how the county typically operates in the future. I know that right now we're at a very challenging time, but we do
Has joined the meeting.
We hope that you will make your career here at Santa Fe County. So we welcome you and appreciate you today. Any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our next item. And this is the recognition of years of service. And once again, our county manager, Catherine Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, at the county, we recognize those new employees or employees that have had a 5-year increment in their employment with Santa Fe County. And it's just a matter of recognizing employee retention and the value of county employees staying at Santa Fe County. So just as a way of expressing our appreciation to those employees who contribute to the county and choose to make a career with us, we send them a note and a service pen. And those employees in the month of April that hit their 5-year mark, we didn't have any that hit 10 or 20, but we have 3 that hit their 5-year mark, and that is Sean DePalma in the Adult Facility at Corrections, Pauline Carrillo in Human Resources, and Joseph Lujan, Animal Control in the Sheriff's Office. So just wanted to congratulate them and thank them for their dedication to Santa Fe County and the county residents.
Thank you, Manager Miller. And, I just want to reiterate and thank our staff that are celebrating their service years here at Santa Fe County. I think that, it's definitely something that we do appreciate because we do need to keep, our staff on hand. It's hard when we have turnovers. So to see staff that is dedicated and making a career at Santa Fe County is what we need and what we always have, pushed for, because that's the way that you build a program. So I'm really proud to see that we do have people celebrating their anniversaries, and congratulations to you all. We look forward to continued success and work together. Do we have any other commissioners that want to make comments? I'm going to go ahead and go through the list. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, I know it's difficult when we have to go through on video to be spontaneous, but you and Frank, the county manager, said it so well. We're really very proud to have the contributions of these people who've reached these milestones and of everybody else. And although it might seem a little anticlimactic in this time of sort of altered operations to be hitting this milestone, we definitely celebrate your presence.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Roybal. Yes, congratulations to the 5-year employees, Sean, Pauline, and Joseph. We're grateful that you're here, and welcome to the new employees who have joined us. And with that, thank you, Chair Roybal, for the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Moreno?
Sure. I'll welcome or congratulate the people who have gone 5 years and more, and I'm sure that your experience here in the county will lead to many benefits.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia, are you online? Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, I'm here. I'm live.
Okay, got you, sir. We just are recognizing our employees that have celebrated a 5-year service anniversary. Did you have any comments for them, sir?
I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We're going to go on to our next item is item number J. Or actually, Santa Fe County Employee of the Quarter, the first quarter of 2020. I'm going to go to County Manager Miller again.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as you know, we have a employee of the quarter program that recognizes employees who make a significant contribution to Santa Fe County during the previous 3-month period. And that significant contribution may include providing excellent service to our constituents, developing and implementing a new program that benefits the organization, or providing exemplary performance to Santa Fe County in their daily job performance. Could be demonstrating a willingness to work above and beyond the call of duty, or some other contribution that a nominator believes to be important to recognize. The process for selecting countywide employee of the quarter begins with a designated recognition teams selecting one person from department or elected office employee of the quarter for their group. And then the ones from those group, each one of the groups are considered for the countywide employee of the quarter award. I believe there's 6 groups. This first quarter of the year, we only received nominations from 2 groups. I have a feeling some of that has to do with the onslaught of COVID-19. It was a bit challenging in March and the beginning of April to do all the things that we needed to do relative to transitioning from working regular schedules to how we're now functioning with about 175 people working from alternative work schedules outside of or from home, and then another 100 working modified work schedules. So I have a feeling that's why we didn't get as many nominations as we usually do, but that doesn't take away from the 2 nominations that we did receive. First of all, from the public safety group, Danielle Tennyson, who is a department administrator and has been with county since May 14th of 2013, was nominated from and received the nomination from the public safety group. And the nominator stated that Danielle consistently exceeds expectations in providing administrative support to members of the fire department. She consistently maintains a positive and professional attitude and provides consistent, accurate, and timely communication to staff. Danielle makes the staff her number 1 priority and has been an amazing addition to the fire department team. So congratulations, Danielle. Then in Public Works, John Paul Trujillo is a truck driver too that has been with the county since November 2nd of 2015. And their nominator for John Paul stated that he is a great employee and always goes above and beyond to complete his duties and also additional duties as needed. Most recently, he assisted in picking up refuse from the collection centers and also assisted when the solid waste department was needed to operate equipment during a fire. John Paul frequently receives compliments from the public regarding the customer service he provides when assisting with duties at the collection centers. He recently completed the certification for certified solid waste operator by the state of New Mexico, even though this is not required in his position as a truck driver too. John Paul consistently strives to learn more in his own position and from others within the Public Works Department. So for the 2 nominations that were submitted, both of them received 2 hours of administrative leave, and I prepared a letter that will be sent to them, and they can submit that with their timesheet when they choose to take those 2 hours off. And then for the winner for the quarter, they receive one of the glass trophies, called a trophy, but the blown glass sculpture, I guess you would say, that we provide. They're obviously not here today, but at a future meeting, we'd like to be able to present that to the winner at a future meeting. But meanwhile, both employees will receive their nomination certificate. And then the employee of the quarter, which is and was selected from the two, is John Paul Trujillo. And he will receive an additional certification as employee of the quarter in through office mail, and he will also receive a letter awarding him with 8 hours of administrative leave to be taken at a time of his choice, and he can turn that in with his timesheet for a day off. So I just want to congratulate John Paul Trujillo, thank him for his great job. It's definitely a testament to the fact that a truck driver is nominated because, you know, they're kind of out there by themselves. And obviously he makes an impression on all those who he works with and the public he interacts with, to really going above and beyond and doing good things at the collection center and assisting community members as well as assisting his coworkers. And obviously they appreciate it and wanted to make sure that he was recognized for that. So thank you and congratulations to John Paul.
Thank you, Manager Miller. And, you know, I just want to say that, you know, it's an honor for us to sit here and see the accomplishments that our staff is doing out there and see that they're going above and beyond, you know, and, you know, huge thanks to Danielle and to John Paul for their dedication and hard work to Santa Fe County. They represent us as a whole as far as Santa Fe goes. From the elected officials to staff, we acknowledge and thank you for your hard work and congratulations. You know, I think that you've set the bar and that the rest, you know, I think all of our efforts should strive for the same success. So thank you and congratulations. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to say congratulations to John Paul and to Danielle, and thank you for being such great employees of Santa Fe County. We appreciate your hard work and your dedication to the county. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just will also very happy to chime in and congratulate both Danielle and John Paul, and to comment to both of you, and obviously in a special way to John Paul.
Has left the meeting.
How impressive it is for people to be singled out from a group of, frankly, very impressive employees that we're proud of, and then make this competition really pretty stiff. And so this should feel like a sweet recognition of the special efforts and the contributions you make. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Way to express your thoughts. Commissioner Moreno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think the value of this program is pretty important. It sets it provides recognition for and projects, and that is an incentive to not even having time off for your work, and I think every employee should be aspiring to do the good work that we are doing for the people of Santa Fe Sanity. Thank you.
And it'll be,
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. We appreciate your comments and sentimental thoughts. Great job. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia for our last.
Mr. Chair, very well said by all the commissioners. Thank you for the employees. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I actually think John in Gary's office, and you can see him on the screen. Can you wave to us, John? So there's your winner.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
We don't see him. There we are. Okay, hi.
Great job. Did you guys have any comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
thank you for the opportunity for John Paul. He really is an exemplary employee. He went above and beyond the night that he was called out to help to put out a fire. I think it is commendable that he finished at 2:30 in the morning and turned around and was back at work at 7 o'clock to do his regular shift. And I think that is what makes Santa Fe County employees special.
Yes, sir. I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Hiron. And I don't even know the type of dedication that you show to Santa Fe County is very unique, and we do appreciate everything that you do for us. I want to yield the floor to you for any comments.
I would just like to say thank you to commissioners, all the supervisors here at Public Works. I've learned a lot from all of them. Also the employees, it's not just me, it's everybody that's with solid waste. It's a team effort. So thank you very much. I'm very honored.
Mr. Trujillo, I will just say that, it's very refreshing to see somebody as humble as yourself to recognize their team. It's really the sign of a true leader. So once again, we do thank you. I'm going to go to other commissioners now for comments. Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John Paul, for your great work. And thank you for being such a caring human being. I really am grateful to have you here at Santa Fe County. And we look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully sometime in the near future. So all the best, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia? Okay, I think he's having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. Really, John Paul, that was so well said. And so I just want to congratulate you again, and also recognize and offer some congratulations for the effort you put out to get the additional certifications, that truly is a very big deal and very positively reflective of how well motivated you are to learn, to expand your horizons. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Commissioner Garcia if he's online yet. Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Moreno?
Hello,
Yes,
can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, it's a great and well-deserved credit to John and carry on. Good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, are you back on the line? I can see that there's an emblem here that probably it's saying due to low bandwidth, there's some issues with your connection. So I don't know if you can hear us or not, but we can't hear you. Commissioner Garcia, are you back on? Okay, so I know that Commissioner Garcia would have loved to be able to comment and also show his appreciation to you, Mr. Trujillo. We are very grateful for your hard work, and we look forward to our future endeavors as a county together. So thank you, sir, and congratulations once again. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next items, and this is the consent agenda. It's item number 2. Are there any items on this agenda that need to more clarification, or if any of the commissioners would like to pull any of these to get additional information? And if not, then I'd like to know what the pleasure of the board is.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to approve the consent agenda, but I would like to make a comment during discussion after we have a
Okay.
second.
I would second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
I just want to recognize John Utton for all of his work and years of service to the county. It looks like he's worked at the county for almost 20 years. And I want to just thank him for all his hard work on all of the water rights and acquisition and transfers and all that he's been doing for many, many years for the county. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Can somebody hear me? I'm sorry, Commissioner, to interrupt you.
We can hear you now, Commissioner Garcia.
Can you see me?
No, but we don't see,
Yes, we can.
I can't see you. I've tried to pin you a couple times, but there's no pin to pin you.
Well, as
So,
long as Catherine can see me, I'm okay with it.
okay, good. Anyhow, I just wanted to,
My battery died. I apologize. My battery.
I just want to just once again say thank you to John Utton for his service. And that was all I wanted to say under discussion.
Addressing? Is
Mr.
it-
Chair?
One of the items, Commissioner Hanson, is it one of the items that is on the consent agenda that you're asking, that you are recognizing Mr. Utton for?
Yes, it is. It's, I'm sorry if I will tell you the number exactly. It is number, I think it's number F under the consent agenda.
Okay, for the compensation increase?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hanson. Okay, are there any other comments from the board?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Which items, Commissioner Garcia?
What's a compensation for Upton and Kerry? Increasing the compensation to $75,000. So, don't we have an existing contract with them? And why are we upping it to $75,000? Really quick, somebody, please.
Mr. Chair, this is Catherine.
Yes, County Manager Miller?
We have a contract with Mr. Utton's firm, and this is an extension of the contract for an additional year, and the compensation to go with that. It's always an estimated compensation. He's actually compensated by the hour that he works on different water rights and water projects with us, but predominantly Amit. And that contract was done through a competitive RFP. I believe this is our third year or fourth year in that contract.
With all due respect to Mr. Chairman, great job. I understand that. So how many amendments can we do to a contract? This is our number 3. Can we go 4, 5, 6? Where are we at?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, for professional services, we typically have a contract for 1 year with options for 3 additional years at 1 year at a time.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, for Commissioner Garcia. So we have a motion and a second. And just for clarification, this contract that we are renewing, it is an increase by a competitive RFP, is that correct? Is that what I heard you say, Catherine?
Yes, Mr. Chair, when we did the original RFP, would have been, this might be its last year. I'd have to look at the actual packet material. I believe it is with an amendment number 3, that would typically mean we're in our 4th year of the contract, and to add the additional year and compensation for the additional year. So I believe we would, after this year, go out for an RFP again.
Okay, with that being said, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but the great guy in the sky actually cut me off, but is this for the entire consent agenda or this is just for this individual item?
This is actually for the entire consent agenda. Did you have questions about another item on the consent agenda?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm fine. Thank you. Yes, I vote yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, and as the chair, Commissioner Roybal, I vote yes as well. So we have a unanimous decision to approve our consent agenda. Madam Clerk, can we get resolution numbers?
Yes, Chair Roybal. For the record, the resolutions you just passed in sequential order are Resolution 2020-31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Did you hear me?
Yes, we did hear you, Madam Clerk, and thank you for giving us those.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Manager Miller?
I wanted to see if the sheriff is on the line. If you noticed in the consent agenda, there was a resolution to retire one of our canine dogs from the sheriff's office, and that's Jackson. And Jackson's been with the county since 2012. We didn't know if he would be available today for you to say goodbye to him, but I did notice that the sheriff's office is on the list of call-ins, but I didn't know if they had Jackson or his handler available or not.
A great point, Manager Miller. I appreciate you saying that. I'd like to go to the sheriff if he is available, or if one of his staff is with our canine that we are retiring.
Mr. Chair, this is the undersheriff. The sheriff isn't available right now. However, the Deputy Barnett and Jackson are not available, but Deputy Jackson will be retiring effective Friday, and so we hope to have some type of ceremony sometime down the road once the restrictions are lifted. But due to the governor's orders, we haven't had any type of reception for him.
That is great. We really appreciate that. I want to make sure and just, put it out there that I would like to attend the service, as I'm sure all would. And do we have one of the handlers or one of our deputies that are adopting?
Deputy Barnett will be taking responsibility for Jackson moving forward, and Jackson will be her pet going forward.
All right. What a way to retire. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate the information. Do you have other comments?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of comments.
Okay, I was actually referring to the undersheriff, but if he's done, I'll go to commissioners.
Sorry.
Are you done, sir?
Just Deputy Jackson, like the manager said, has been with us since 2012. Yeah, he's been involved in a lot of cases, and he's done a great job. Deputy Barnett kind of revitalized the K9 program when she brought Jackson into the office, and now we do have an additional K9, a Kiro, and hopefully with these motivated deputies that we will continue the program moving forward, and hopefully we'll continue with additional K9s in the future. It's a valuable tool for law enforcement.
I agree 100%, sir, and we appreciate that and all the service that this K9 has put to Santa Fe County, and I can't say that enough because I know that it's a vital tool to our sheriff's department. So thank you. I do want to go to Commissioner Garcia. You had a comment, sir?
Yes, thank you, Undersheriff and Major. I see the Major in the background there. And in regards to the Officer Jackson, so the officer was actually involved for 7 years as a K9 unit. So
yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
Is that the average employment for a K9 unit? And if so every 7 years we got get a new K9 unit. How does that work?
So the average like work span for law enforcement K9 ranges from like 7 to 9 years, and that's about the time that Deputy Jackson has been with the agency, and he's developed a couple of medical issues that due to his age and he's be retiring, but we are going to keep the K9 program alive here at the Sheriff's Office, and once we identify another handler, then we'll look into possibly getting another K9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Undersheriff, also in regards to the what's the actual state law as into the K9 unit? Mr. Jackson, Officer Jackson, is out. Without due respect, does he out for auction, or does the handler keep him, or can I have the dog? How does that work for as a state law for a K9 unit throughout the department's state?
It's Commissioner Garcia, Mr. Chair. The K9 is property of Santa Fe County, and we go through this process of releasing the asset. It's common practice for the K9 handlers to adopt the K9 and remain his keeper for the rest of his life. However, if the handler wished not to, then we would probably look at getting the K9 adopted.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, if I could just add to that, this is Greg Schaefer, the County Attorney speaking. State law mandates that the K9 dog be offered to its trainer or handler free of charge. And so that's a requirement of state law, and only if they did not want that opportunity to adopt the K9 dog would it then be offered to an organization described in Section 501c3. Free of charge would be the second choice. And if both of those declined, then it could be sold to a qualified individual found capable of providing a good home to the animal. So that's the way that it would go in terms of the first right going to the handler, second.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Mr. Chairman, just really quick, can you actually tell us some of the things that Officer Jackson has done?
Commissioner Garcia, can you repeat your question, sir? It kind of cut off. Sorry.
Just really quick, can you actually, for the general public, as how important it is to actually have a K-9 unit on our staff, Officer Jackson, can you maybe highlight some of the items that he's done for the taxpayers?
Yes, Commissioner and Mr. Chair. A K-9 is a valuable tool for the Sheriff's Office. Deputy Jackson has been involved in apprehensions of suspects, has been involved in recovery of narcotics, and he also assists at the jail. And so he's been, very versatile, and he does a lot of duties. And he's been instrumental in working with the other new K-9 when he was first coming aboard. So, it's a really valuable tool for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Officer, Under Sheriff Johnson, does Officer Jackson have a last name?
Barnett.
No, thank you for the Sheriff's Department and the K-9 unit. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do we have any other questions or comments from the rest of the board? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
No, I have to say first, thank you to Manager Miller for highlighting that, because I actually didn't want to let that pass, and to Commissioner Garcia for a totally enjoyable exchange on our retiring deputy. And best wishes to the retiree.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Chair Roybal. I wish her all the best in its next life as a retired officer from Santa Fe County. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've seen this dog in action, not in action, on a demonstration, let's say, a couple of times at the sheriff's office, and a dog like that is a really important asset for finding drugs, tracking down bad guys, and for my money, there's nothing better than a good dog.
Well said, Commissioner Moreno, and well said by all of our commissioners. I think that, everybody realizes that anybody that's had a pet, especially a dog, knows the dedication and loyalty that these animals show to their owners and handlers, and we all know that they are a vital asset, and just a companionship in general that an animal of this sort provides is instrumental. So, we know that they're a very vital role and key to our law enforcement. And so, words alone can't express the gratitude that we have for this K-9 and his dedication to our county. So thanks again, Under Sheriff. We really appreciate you, all the information to share with us. We don't always hear all of the details of what an animal or what our sheriff's deputies go through, or what a deputy, a K-9 deputy goes through in the field. So we really appreciate you highlighting and that. We look forward to the future celebration on this retirement of this K-9. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
And I'd also, before we break, Mr. Chair, I'd also really like to recognize Deputy Vanessa Barnett, who has been the handler for Deputy Jackson for his entire time here at the Sheriff's Office. And it takes a lot of dedication on the part of the handler, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They care for the animal. They, they take them to medical appointments. So she's really put in a lot of time and effort with this canine. And as I said earlier, she was really instrumental in bringing the canine program back to the Sheriff's Office. And, I wish they could have been here this afternoon, but she had other obligations. But I definitely will let everyone know when we do have a ceremony. That way you can all come and celebrate with her and the canine. And thank you all for all your support of the canine program. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Under Sheriff Johnson. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next item, and this is the next item is the item number 3, which we do not have any action items under. It's appointments and reappointments. So we're going to skip item number 3 and go to item number 4, which is miscellaneous. And our county manager indicated earlier, 4A has been withdrawn, so we are going to go to 4B. And this is a request approval of agreement 20-0213-PW-/AG between Santa Fe County and La Pierda Homeowners Association for the shared maintenance of a portion of Dinosaur Trail, and 2, acceptance of Santa Fe County request for county maintenance, the county maintained road, and grant of right-of-way or easement of the same portion of Dinosaur Trail. And from our Public Works Department, I believe that we will have Mr. Gary Hiron. From our legal department, we may have Christella as well.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. Item 4, to be clear, I think that Hank may be putting up a map for me. Let's see if we can get that up on the screen. But items B and C are both related to Dinosaur Trail. Thank you, Daniel. As you'll see on that map, those red lines that you see, that long red line that goes from Richards Avenue halfway down that road, that is the La Pradera Homeowners Association portion of the shared maintenance agreement. Then you'll see going down that road, there is a white section there. That actually is still Dinosaur Trail. That is the portion that's owned by the New Mexico Department of Transportation, and they are responsible for that portion of the road. Then you see that last short section that of Dinosaur Trail that comes to Rancho Viejo Boulevard. That's the Rancho Viejo Industrial Park Owners Association shared maintenance portion of the road. To be clear with you, part of the agreement that we have in front of you, this is a shared maintenance road, and this means that the owners associations will be fully responsible for the maintenance of vegetation and clearing of litter on the shared maintenance road, including the right-of-way, in a manner that ensures traffic and pedestrian safety, and the county shall be fully responsible for all other maintenance of the shared maintenance road, including the right-of-way. As you can see, Dinosaur Trail connects from Richards Avenue to Rancho Viejo Boulevard, and in that regard, it's very important to the county. It is approximately 1.9 miles long. If approved today, these two portions of road will be added to the county maintained road system and reported to the New Mexico Department of Transportation as part of our reporting requirements. With this section of road for the La Pradera section, the Public Works staff has confirmed that the La Pradera Homeowners Association has completed the necessary road improvements for its acceptance of Dinosaur Trail, and that the property owners along La Pradera Homeowners Association segment have executed a satisfactory grant of right-of-way that is attached to all the documents that you have. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Hiron, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it includes both items B and C. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. It is items B and C, and if you would like, I could give you a simple summary on C as we go forward, or we could vote on this one and then move to the next one. It's up to you.
Okay, I think that we can vote on item B first. And then, I mean, item C may be a little bit, less of an explanation going by what you already gave for item B, but, are there any questions from the board comments? And if not, I'd entertain a motion.
Hello,
Yes,
Commissioner, Chair Roybal. Chair Roybal. Yes, what I was wondering about with that map that was just up, that is no longer up, that part is no longer going to be shared maintenance, or it is going to continue to be shared maintenance?
The red portions will continue, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the red portions will continue to be shared maintenance. This actually confirms that they are part of that agreement with the county.
And so then this section of road will be part of the county road system, even though it will be shared maintenance.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you. I have one other comment. I think it is unfortunate that this is not considered a frontage road by DOT. Because I think that in the future, since there is no frontage road along Interstate 25, this is where a frontage road needs to be.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
No, I don't think I have any further questions.
Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Moreno.
Am I live?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to see this because these areas in my district has been a mess for quite a while, and the parties that came to parties, the two parties, the two businessmen and the La Pradera Association worked together to make sure that it would be a sustainable project, and that it's everybody has buy-in, and that's a good thing. Now we're going to be able to connect to the other side of Rabbit Road. Thank you. I approve.
Okay, Commissioner Moreno, I believe this is in your district, correct?
Yes.
I am going to come back to you for the motion.
Okay.
But for now, I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Okay.
I thought when I was 3 years old, 4 years old, I used to actually be the old drag racing strip here in Santa Fe. People would go down there and they'd drag race on that strip there. So one of the couple questions is, what does shared maintenance mean, and who's going to do what? Why I'm asking this for the record is because I've been to that road many times in the last month, and it's been upgraded. Some roads in my district that need upgrading, and they're moving forward little slower pace than I wish they would, but what the shared maintenance agreement is between us and the homeowners association, and what does that in a nutshell mean?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, shared maintenance means that the owners association shall be fully responsible for the maintenance of vegetation and clearing the litter on the shared maintenance road, including the right-of-way in a manner that ensures traffic and pedestrian safety. The county shall then be fully responsible for all other maintenance of the road, including the right-of-way.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And
Gary, Mr. Giron, so who's going to go out there when is the snow plow go out there? Who's going to sweep the road? And whenever the road or the right of way starts or the shoulders start deteriorating, who's going to fix all that stuff? The county or the homeowners association?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, prior to us taking ownership of the road under the shared maintenance agreement, the Transportation Advisory Committee reviewed that road, created a punch list that required all of the improvements to that road to bring it up to county standards. From this point forward, that roadway will then be our responsibility. And then just to remind you that as the northeast sector becomes a reality in the next few years, this road becomes very important as a connector to be able to move people around that side of town. And
because the reason why I'm asking is because so thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gary. The reason why I'm asking is because everything is coming here to the south. And so the Northeast Southeast Connector is a project that's been around for a while. And now we're adopting this road as a county road from the New Mexico State Highway Department because it was their responsibility and we're doing some sort of a trade-off with the DOT. Again, I understand it. And I just want to make sure that everything that's coming here to the south side is upgraded and it's up to standard because in 5 years, 7 years, when that road starts falling apart, whose responsibility is it to maintain that road? Us or La Pradera subdivision?
It's the county.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that will be the county's responsibility.
So why, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, so why are we having a shared subdivision if they have no responsibility to upgrade the road? Why are they even involved in this other than giving us the right of way?
Chairman, Commissioner, they still maintain responsibility for all of the vegetation growing on either side of that, and they manage all of that. And prior to us, responsibility for the road, they brought it to county standards and complied with all the points that the engineers had when they did the site review of those two portions of the road.
So I'm just looking at the crosswalks, the speed humps. I'm just curious as into the next 3, 5, 7 years. I guess once we accept this, stripe it, the county's can deal with the speed humps, the county's can, not with the shoulders, the county's can deal with everything else. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, so we're going to go to Commissioner Hamilton. Did you have any questions?
No, sir, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to Commissioner Moreno.
Yes,
Did you want to make a motion, sir?
yes, I do. I so move on,
Commissioner, Chair Roybal, I will second this.
So we have
Mr.
a,
Hanson.
I believe the motion was for approval from Commissioner. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
yes,
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And we have a second from Commissioner Hanson. Roll call vote. Is there any other questions or comments under discussion?
I will just say again for the record, I believe that this is eventually going to be a frontage road and DOT needs to be looking at that.
Mr. Chair, this is actually, I agree with Commissioner Hanson. This should be a frontage road. It's always been a frontage road. And now the DOT is actually giving it to the county and letting the county deal with maintenance and dealing with the county with the the future of this road. And for the record, the reason I'm asking about this is we have the Northeast Southeast connector. We have the SLD in the community college district where all the growth is going to go. Sit there for like 2 or 3 hours on that road. There's a lot of traffic there. And I want why and how we're going to accept this road. I'm okay with it. We're going to accept this road. Walking paths, no shoulders, no this, no that, because it's an existing right of way from pavement to pavement, and we're going to accept this road. And why I'm bringing this is because Village of Cerrillos, that road there, it used to be a state road. We accepted it. That road, I want to make sure that we're going to upgrade that road when it comes to maintenance, et cetera, because this road that we're accepting today, I'm okay with it. There's a lot of traffic that's going to go through that road. And it hasn't been, this right away width, I'm okay with it, but I just want to put that on the record, because this road is going to have a lot of traffic, and the DOT is telling Santa Fe County, you guys go, take this road, we must accept it and maintain it. Okay. What did we do? We actually put a 2 or 3 or 4 inch asphalt overlay over it. And we striped it. So now we're accepting it. Okay. Just for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So I'm going to go to the vote. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, I'm okay with it, but just as long as my comments are for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia, I just want to say for the record that you may want to put your comments in writing, because we did have breaking up a little bit. So at least on my end, I don't know if it was the same for everybody. So I would definitely put comments in writing and send them to the stenographer.
Mr. Chairman, just on that note, so maybe
Yes,
Manager Miller can help us out. So we're actually, county commission meetings are recorded verbatim. So now that we're doing a new Zoom and whatever else, are we okay recording all that stuff on verbatim?
Commissioner Garcia and Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia, this is Commissioner Hanson. As somebody who regularly reads the minutes, I will be sure that your comments are correct. And if not, I'll send you the pieces of pages on the minutes and you can make sure that they are correct.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I appreciate that collaboration. I just think it's important, being that it was a little bit difficult to hear some of the comments that we do capture those as Commissioner Garcia's wishes. So, Commissioner Garcia, I believe that you voted in the affirmative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
and Commissioner Roybal is a yes as well. So we have a unanimous decision. So we're going to go on to C, and we're going to go back to Mr. Hiron.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this item C is for the Rancho Viejo Owners Association segment of Dinosaur Trail. Daniel could put the map up one more time. If you'll notice the map, there is a small section of red at the end. I think it's about 1,000 feet. That is the section that is in question. And we are asking for approval of an agreement between Santa Fe County and the Rancho Viejo Industrial Park Owners Association for the shared maintenance portion of Dinosaur Trail and acceptance of Santa Fe County's request for county maintenance as a county maintained road and grant of right-of-way or easement for the same portion of Dinosaur Trail. And I want to be clear that that intervening white section in the middle will not be county maintained. That is New Mexico DOT road, and that will continue to be that. With regard to the Rancho Viejo Industrial Park section, the Owners Association has negotiated shared maintenance agreements with the county and has executed a grant of right-of-way which are attached for approval and acceptance by the body. The Public Works staff have confirmed that all of the necessary road improvements that were conditions of acceptance have been completed. And the Owners Association have negotiated with Public Works staff and the County Attorney's Office a shared maintenance agreement that is attached and contains satisfactory terms. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? I'm going to go each commissioner individually. I'm going to go ahead and go to Commissioner Ham.
Thank you. I don't have any questions at the moment, but once again, I'll say for the record that this entire road needs to be maintained and taken over by DOT.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, just really quick, I actually rode that trail this weekend and under the underpass under I-25, there are great connections for the trail network throughout the city and the county. And
I don't understand.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moreno?
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question about how did this agreement come to be? This is a question for our Director of Public Works.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, this has been in process for at least 2 years. And it actually went to the Transportation Advisory Committee. They did a review of it. They came back and made a recommendation to the Commission. They developed a punch list, and all the activities then between then and now have been to comply with that and to make this agreement happen. And Christella is on the line. She may have additional information that I don't have.
so, Mr. Chair, this is really on that note of Commissioner Moreno.
I wasn't finished with my question.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Moreno.
Thank you. My understanding is that Warren Thompson and the La Pradera Association work together to make the pieces fit together, and that's how we're going to make that a good road for that whole area, and with their support and money, that interchange is going to be hopefully improved. And that would be a good thing too.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I will say that I agree that both parties have been very easy for Public Works to collaborate.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Thank you, Mr. Hiron. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, did you have a comment, sir?
Yes, I do. So, if this was DOT right away, DOT maintenance, even for the previous item, DOT maintenance, DOT right away. So now we're taking over it. What are we getting in return as a trade-off to the DOT? Anything, or we're just accepting their maintenance that they've been doing that for years?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we are not taking control over the DOT portion of the road. That still remains the responsibility of the state. So that white portion on that map is still DOT road and DOT right of way. that will not be the county's responsibility.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Garcia, if I could chime in here, that portion of La Padera, I don't believe it ever was DOT, or at least it hasn't been for quite some time. I don't think, there's only certain sections of Rabbit Road and La Padera that were DOT.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I understand. So I guess the question is, why are we actually accepting, I guess just for the record, so a developer approved this road, developer's benefiting off this road, so why are we accepting that road? But I understand. I understand, but just for the record, thank you. I'm done, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Commissioner. Do you have any comments, Commissioner Hamilton?
No, I appreciate it, but I don't have any further comments.
Okay, Commissioner Moreno.
No more for me.
Okay, Mr. Hidon, did you have anything else closing that you needed to say to the board?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the attention of the commission on these matters.
Do we need a vote?
I'm going to Commissioner Moreno for the motion.
I think
So
you have a motion in a second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go through a roll call, and was that on this item as well? Who gave the motion in a second?
This is a separate item.
Yes,
My
exactly.
apologies. I
Okay,
did this one as well. I know it's separate, but I thought we had one. So my apologies.
okay. I just wanted to make sure. So I don't believe we have a motion yet. So Moreno, this is your district, sir. I'll let you make the motion.
So I so move.
So Commissioner Moreno moves to approve. Do I hear
I will second. Commissioner
Commissioner
Hanson.
Commissioner Hanson seconds. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
and Commissioner Roybal, yes. So you have 5 yeses. It's unanimous. Okay. Thank you, commissioners. We're going to move on to our next item. And thank you, Mr. Hiron. We appreciate you being here today, sir, and explaining the situation with this request. Next, we have item number 5, and this are matters from public concern. Do we have anybody from the public that would like to address the commission today? Once again, I'd ask
No
if
one
we
has
have
signed up
nobody
for
has signed
public.
up. Thank you, Tessa. We appreciate that. Okay, so seeing that we don't have anybody that has said that they have anything from public concern, and also from our Tessa Jo Mascareñas has also indicated that nobody has signed up for public concern. I'm going to go ahead and close public concern. Our next item is presentations, which also doesn't have any items on it. So we're going to close presentations and go on to item number 7, which is matters from the county manager. We have 7A, which are miscellaneous updates. Manager Miller, did you have miscellaneous updates for us?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I have a few of them. First of all, the county clerk does intend to bring forward a plan to further consolidate precincts and reduce the number of election day voting convenience centers. We had hoped to have that as an agenda item today, but we're waiting on San Ildefonso Pueblo relative to them having a voting convenience center on Pueblo land, and whether they will accommodate doing that or not. And they meet tomorrow Wednesday. So we need to have a meeting at the latest. We would need to have a special meeting at the latest Monday, which is, I believe, Monday, Greg? No? 4th? Yeah, May 4th, because we would also have to, we would have to publish in the paper and also gain district court approval. So we think, and that would have to be done by the 12th of May. So we think Monday of next week is the latest we could hold a special meeting for that. So one thing I was wondering is the availability of the commission to do a special web meeting next Monday. Do you have time in the afternoon to do that or in the morning?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. I have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia?
Is there a reason why the county clerk hasn't actually given us the information as into what voting centers she's going to close down, not close down? Yeah, why could that not be addressed today?
Mr. Chair, I believe it's on the line, and she might be able to give you additional information, but one of the reasons is we are trying to work with the Pueblos. We typically have centers on the Pueblo, on Pueblo land, and during this COVID-19, some of the Pueblos have already indicated they do not want to open the Pueblo for a voting convenience center. So San Ildefonso is one that we're still waiting to hear from.
Commissioner Garcia wants to know.
Is there
Somebody needs to mute.
Manager Miller, this is Geraldine Salazar.
Okay, go ahead.
This is for Commissioner Garcia. Tomorrow, I have a teleconference with the Pueblo of San Ildefonso, so that will give me more direction. But tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with them, with their tribal council, so I will listen to what they need to state. But so far, 2 Pueblos have declined to have voting convenience centers on their Indian land, and 1, Poaque Pueblo, does not see that where we will have the voting convenience center there as part of their Pueblo, it's in their business district. So we're going to go ahead with that at the county satellite office. So all that's pending is San Ildefonso Pueblo. So if they decline, they may decline because by New Mexico election code, if we have any voting convenience centers on their tribal land, it has to be open to all voters, not just their tribal members. So that's what we're discussing. So there's a high possibility that we will have 19 voting convenience centers throughout the county for election day, meaning from 30, we've narrowed it down to 19 so far. But we will see tomorrow to make a final decision with all of our paperwork and everything.
So, Mr. Chair. I have the floor. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Garcia had the floor, and I believe it was Commissioner Hansen. So I'm going to stay with Commissioner Garcia, and we'll go to you after Commissioner Hansen.
So, Madam Clerk, thank you for the response. So we're going from 30 to 19. That means we're going to get rid of the 20 voting sites throughout Santa Fe County. So that means we're going to remove 10 centers. So all centers within Native American property, or are they going to be in Edgewood, or are they going to be in La Cienega? So we're getting 10. And then the other question I have is into if the Native Americans don't want to have a center that everybody can go vote in, they still want their own little voting district within their.
Commissioner Garcia, you're going in and out.
Okay, so for the short, so any voting sites in my district are going to be eliminated, yes or no?
Well, let me pull up my list here. 1 second.
Thank you.
And you need to remember also, that we're under with the COVID-19 pandemic. And so that's why for the safety of the public, we are looking at this. Okay, let's see.
So, Madam Clerk, Mr. Chairman, I totally understand that. So the question is, so we have the Native Americans, San Ildefonso you mentioned, and Poakia. So you're going to get rid of 10 sites. So from 30 to 19.
So far, 9 sites are going to be eliminated that we're aware of, but we don't know for sure yet till tomorrow morning. So
Okay.
we're going to have.
I have a question voting on this stuff until we know till tomorrow morning.
Okay, let me. There are many options right now for people to vote because of the COVID. I know that Santa Fe County in general would prefer that we don't even have any voting convenience centers. We would have wished that the New Mexico Supreme Court would have ruled that it would have been an all-mail ballot election, but that did not happen. So we are ordered to have in-person voting, and we cannot recruit all of our poll workers. Not many of them want to work because of COVID-19. So the options for voting for voters in Santa Fe County are absentee voting by mail, which is occurring right now, where they call our office and we send them an application and then they fill it out and we put it into the system so that they can vote absentee. They can do that via calling our office. They can do that online requesting an absentee ballot. The second option is the Secretary of State tomorrow will start automatically mailing out absentee ballot request applications to every registered voter in the whole state who is registered within a major party, and that is Democratic, Republican, and Libertarian. Those voters who receive the absentee ballot application from the Secretary of State are those who have not applied via our office or online. So after they go through all of the records we've been inputting every day, the Secretary of State will look at their system and only pull non-requested absentee ballot application requests, and they'll send everything out tomorrow. The other opportunity, so that those are 2 opportunities to reach out and for voters to vote. The next opportunity is alternate sites and also the clerk's office. They will be able to vote in the clerk's office, absentee in person voting from May 5th through May 25th. Also, and also one Saturday at the clerk's office, May 30th. In addition to the clerk's office being an alternate site for absentee and person voting, there's also going to be alternate sites for early voting, which begins May 16th through Saturday, May 16th through Saturday, May 30th, 2020, from the hours of 12 noon to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Friday, and Saturdays are 10 a.m. to 6. Those locations are Abodon Community Center for early voting sites, alternate. Christian Life Church, Town of Edgewood Administrative Office, Max Cole Corridor Community Center, Pewaukee County Satellite Office, Santa Fe County Fair Building, and then the South Side Library. After that, we will also have election day voting sites. And these are the ones that we are changing from 30 to possibly 19. So those are Christian Life Church, El Camino Real Academy, Galisteo Community Center, Glorieta Pass Fire Station, Gonzales Community School, La Cienega Community Center, Max Cole Corridor Community Center, Montezuma Lodge, Nambe Community Center, Nina Otero Community School, Pewaukee Middle School, Salazar Elementary School, Santa Fe Fair County Fairgrounds Building, Santa Fe County Fire Station in La Tierra, St. John's Methodist Church in Santa Fe, Tesuque Elementary School, Tony E. Quintana Elementary School, Town of Edgewood Administration Office, Turquoise Trail Charter Elementary School. So those are the polling sites that we have selected based on voter turnout and also based on the recruitment of poll workers. And also that we have to have protocols in place for voters and for poll workers and my staff regarding face masks, gloves, sanitation, on and on. Okay. Does that answer some of your questions?
Really quick, today, we're actually just postponing the vote to move it to a Monday or a special meeting, and then we'll vote on those from 30 sites to 19 sites, correct?
It's
Yes? No?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, we had hoped that would be ready for presentation today, but since we're waiting on confirmation about San Ildefonso Pueblo, we need to do it sometime after Wednesday. And we thought the latest we could do it is Monday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller. I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I would like to see the information and once again the voting poll, the voting is that will be open, and this once again is just given to the circumstances that we're facing right now with this pandemic. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
I think I have very high concerns about the safety and health of our community members, our poll workers, the county clerk staff, the communities in general. So this is the best way that we felt to put this together and thinking about the safety and health of our community. And this is just part of what we're doing in our office with all of the other responsibilities, minimizing contact. And this, I am very concerned. The ideal for me would have been all mail ballots just sent out, just like we've done in the past with one election. We have the experience in that. But that didn't happen. The legislature does not want to meet in order to make the change by law. So this is what we have. And this is, from my office, from me and my staff, this is in the best interest of the public, county employees, voters, and our community.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I still would like to see what the turnout is at the different voting polls in my district to make sure that we are looking at what are the highest polls are. So I think right now this is just a miscellaneous update. And correct me if I'm wrong. And we're looking at a May 4th special meeting. Is that correct, Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. I just wanted to get a sense of whether morning or afternoon worked better for the commissioners.
I think Commissioner Hanson and I both have questions, though.
Okay, I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton.
No, Commissioner Hanson, I think, was in line, and then I'll go after her.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Chair, Manager Miller. I want to say that any time on Monday will work for me. Early afternoon would be fine. Late morning is fine. I am concerned that making sure that the Pueblos are able to vote, if that is where we are discontinuing polling places, but I know it is their choice. But I just want to make sure that they can get absentee ballots and that they have a place to vote nearby. So thank you very much.
Commissioner, this is Geraldine Salazar. Commissioner Hanson, I've been in communication with San Ildefonso and the other Pueblos. I've been working with them, and some of them have made their decisions immediately. The most recent issue is with San Ildefonso Pueblo. And so I've sent them detailed information regarding how their members, tribal members, can vote. So all of that's there, and that's what we're working on. There are locations where they can, and there's several options also how to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And Commissioner Hamilton, I'm going to go to you.
Thank you. So first of all, I'm available Monday except for between 9 and 10 a.m. My questions, I have a number of thoughts on this, and I gather we'll talk more about it Monday. But it was predictable for a long time, and I recognize that's why there was a move to go to all mail-in ballot. It's been predictable for months now that this pandemic is going to has the potential to effectively disenfranchise people, and it is a balancing act to between encouraging people to vote and protecting both the community and poll workers. It's not necessarily, to me, an obvious decision that closing most of the polling places is what will protect poll workers and the community if the effect of closing 1/3 of the polling places is that the other remaining 2/3 of the open polling places are more crowded, or because they're more crowded are going to discourage people from going out and voting. Hopefully, most of those people will do absentee ballots, and I recognize there is a lot to balance here, but the fact of the matter is that if there are enough poll workers, then having lesser density might actually be a preferable way to go. So I think we need to consider all options. And frankly, there are other ways I can think of, and I bet lots of other people can, to manage some of the polling sites to besides all or nothing, either all mail-in ballots or actually having to walk into a building to vote. And I really hope that we're considering some of those, because right now, the more people you have going into a building over and over again, the more exposures and the more concerns other individuals are going to have. So I really hope there's some thought being given to thinking outside the box of how to handle voting at least some of locations. And finally, I have a question about if these are all the locations that we're considering for the in-person voting on the final day, on the actual election day of June 2nd, what's happening with early voting starts theoretically, as my understanding is it started Tuesday, May 5th. What's happening with those locations?
We're preparing for those locations. In addition to that, we've been hit with 9,000 absentee ballot requests, and we anticipate much more than that. We have over 80,000 qualified voters in Santa Fe County. And once I get this set with San Ildefonso Pueblo, how we're going to go, what's their decision, then my goal is to immediately start advertising where people can vote, how people can vote, get the information out there so that people know. But a lot of our voters already are very aware and are applying for absentee ballot applications so that they can receive their ballot. In addition to that, the Secretary of State is also. So there are many ways that they can still vote, even though we're minimizing, because we're very concerned about the contact, person-to-person contact. And if we can minimize some of that and really push the other areas of voting from the first step of absentee voting, then the absentee in-person voting, then the Secretary of State's automatic, then early voting, where we've increased one more for early voting to get the South Side, and also then the election day voting. So I think once we solidify what we're doing, and there's been much thought and concern put into this, the stress level to deal with this is tremendous when you think about putting together an election in this manner and the safety of our community.
Right.
Mr. Chair, a couple of questions.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you, the previous commissioners, for actually commenting on what's happening with the election. Totally, with all due respect to the county clerk, as into keeping our poll workers safe, and kudos to County Manager Miller and her team, because we actually have staff out there that are every day working on the grader, working on the backhoe, and delivering meals. So we're all here together, as into it's not necessarily just poll workers, but we're actually doing a good job and keeping our distance, as into we understand. I understand. We get it. Like Commissioner Hamilton said, we got to think outside the box. And yes, the safety of the workers, you got to understand that. But we also have a lot of other employees out there, public safety. You can go on and on. So yes, we're thinking about everybody else out there. Manager Miller's in contact with us 5 commissioners twice a week, and just want to make sure that we understand the vulnerability, as into everybody being safe out there. And I think the state of New Mexico, Santa Fe County, is doing an excellent job. I was going to say, just forgot. So I think one of the concerns I have is why to the Pueblo of San Ildefonso, why are they holding up the decision of the county clerk?
Pardon me?
Why are they holding up the decision of the county clerk? If they don't want to have a centralized area, then they can go vote at Waukee Skull or whatnot. But
Yes, you're correct, Commissioner Garcia. They can go vote at and that's what I highlighted for them. They can go to the Nambe Community Center, and they can also go to the Pewaukee Middle School. Yes, you are correct.
Madam Clerk, thank you. And I just don't want with all due respect to the Native Americans, to hold up your decision as into what we're going to do, because we have to keep moving, move, right? So
I agree, but I think also I have to allow some courtesy and respect for voters who I represent in the indigenous communities also. And it just happened that their tribal meeting, council meeting, was on Wednesday, no sooner, and that's the only time. So I said, I stated, so I see this as being courteous to another government.
Understood. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So this was under discussion. I would be available. I do want to ask the Madam Clerk, how many voting areas will be closed in my district? Just
in
as a
your district, let's see. Let's see if I can pull a map.
And mine as well, Madam Clerk, Mr. Chairman. Well, we're actually going to do this on Monday, correct? Sorry, Mr. Chairman, for interrupting.
No, that's fine.
You want me to do this on Monday?
No, it's up to the chairman. I'm just.
Okay.
I was just curious in my district if it doesn't take too long.
Chair Roybal, where do you vote?
I vote actually in El Rancho, I believe.
Okay, we're eliminating El Rancho. It's very small, and we have connectivity issues there. And so what we have there is the Pewaukee Middle School just down the road, and Nambe Community Center, Santa Fe County's Nambe Community Center.
Okay. All right, and then so then typically we vote at the middle school that's in Pewaukee, correct?
Yeah, the Pewaukee Middle School, right off that road.
Yeah, since last year we've been able to vote at any voting center in the county.
Yeah, everyone can vote at any of these voting convenience centers. Just because it's next to your home or your work, you could come into the clerk's office or the fairgrounds, any of the voting convenience centers that are open during early voting or election day. But I highly recommend that you request for an absentee ballot.
Okay, and then just for the clarity of the public, this is something that is being put in place due to the COVID pandemic at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate your time and patience and all the clarification. Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just have just really quick, like talk about on the school board, Facebook, whatever it's called now, Snapchat, and My grandma actually voted at Sunset SUNY Elementary all her life, and they moved the voting place to Amy Bill. So, you know, for those elders that always are used to going and voting at the same place all the time, I just find it a little hard to change their voting location. So that's just food for thought, because my grandma still wants to go vote at SUNY. But just food for thought. Thank you.
Chair Roy Ball, Commissioner Garcia, there's many factors that come into play when we make changes. For example, years ago, we had to make a change up north because when we calculated how many voters were there and everything we had to set up and pay for, it came out to be $40 a ballot, which was a much higher cost than other locations. So there's many variables that we look at. We don't just do this just to do it. We look at the situation. We look at how effective it is, how many voters, on and on. So there's many. So I understand about your grandmother.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you, Madam Clerk. And so by us closing some centers or voting locations, we're actually going to save money, right?
That's always the plan, but I can't guarantee anything. But yes, I would. Even all mail ballots, I think, would have been much more cost effective. But as the more we do this type of voting where it's different, then the more information we have. Because years ago, they didn't hold on to that information. And I have, throughout the years, tried to put all of our archival records about voting on our website, where you can look at where people vote and all that, all those statistics. So as time goes on and technology, we get better and better with that. And also, too, what's recent, is that finance is going to be tracking our cost better, whereas in the past, it hasn't happened the way I have wanted. And so we have discussed that. And so we're looking at that also, how to really track costs for elections. And that'll improve also for information for the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on to our next update, and I believe it's a COVID-19 emergency updates.
Mr. Chair, I'm still on miscellaneous updates. That was just my first one. The next one, you had requested from me an update on YDP closure, and I just wanted to let you know we did close the facility. I mentioned at our last BCC meeting that we had offered positions to the employees. Just to give you the final numbers on that, we had 13 employees at the youth detention facility, and 10 of those employees accepted positions with the county. We did offer positions to all 13 of them. 3 of them declined positions, and the other 10 accepted them. Most of them moved to the adult facility and have already transitioned into their positions. Additionally, we had moved the 2 youth that were in the facility to San Juan County. I believe we've had 1 other youth that we have transported to San Juan. Also, you had asked about Bernalillo County. They are still not able to enter into a contract with us at this time. We'll still be looking into that at the beginning of the fiscal year. And San Juan County indicated they did a per diem rate with us, but the manager did let me know they would potentially accommodate a take or pay type of arrangement. I told him clearly we're going to see how all of the COVID-19 stuff goes, but thanked them for that communication, so that's something that we can also consider going forward. And that's about it. I think we actually even used the facility for at a point when we thought that we had a positive in the adult facility, we actually did utilize the youth facility for a brief period to spread our inmates out. But we don't need to do that at the moment, and our count at our adult facility is significantly down. It's in the low 300s. So that's probably the lowest it's ever been since we opened the facility. So that's it on YDP. I don't know if you have any questions.
Can somebody stop muting me? So I don't have any questions, but I'm going to any of the other commissioners. Do you have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. I get muted all the time too, but I unmute it. But Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank Manager Miller and Santa Fe County and her team as into, you know what, we're doing good. Our employees are still working, and I get chills talking. And so we're doing very well, and I think we're going to weather this storm. Santa Fe County is, and our colleagues across this county line, state line, and you know what I'm talking about is like whatever help we can help them out with. Thank you, Catherine, for and your team, obviously, for looking at this stuff. And there's employees out there, the employees out there still working. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson. Okay.
Thank you, Manager Miller, for the update on YDP and our inmates, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, I might have some questions with further updates, but thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for that comment.
Okay, Commissioner Moreno, did you have any comments relative to the manager's update?
I don't. I'm happy to encourage people to use the opportunity to get an absentee ballot. That's probably the most efficient way to get your business done, and that's my take on that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're.
Let me unmute.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you who's doing that to you, but it's very effective.
I just want to say thank you, Manager Miller.
It's Tessa Joe. She's the one muting me. I could.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to control the background noise, not what you guys are saying.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on. We're going to go on to item number 7B. Is this is also you, Manager Miller?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I had mentioned to you earlier that, so these are some of our COVID-19 emergency updates, what things we're doing. I had mentioned earlier that we did have an item that we withdrew from the agenda, and that was whether or not we needed an ordinance for open burning ban. And it turns out that we did not need an ordinance for that, that the fire marshal currently has that authority to prohibit open burning. And he does intend to do that beginning Saturday, May 2nd, until further order from the fire marshal. There's several reasons for that action, but right now it's to reduce the risk of unwanted human-caused wildland fires in the unincorporated areas of Santa Fe County, which is obviously an area prone to wildland fires. And as Commissioner Hamilton mentioned, she spent a great deal of time with the brush fires yesterday. So Clearly, we're in fire season. It's also to help prevent exposure of fire and medical personnel to COVID-19 during any out of control open burning fires where the implementation of social distancing wouldn't be possible. It also ensures the availability of our fire department resources and personnel to meet critical medical needs caused by the current pandemic. Also, personal protective equipment designed to reduce risks associated with smoke exposure is in severe shortage, and we'd like to make sure we reduce irritants in the air that could create upper respiratory symptoms, which may be incorrectly attributed to COVID-19 and could result in unnecessary testing or self-quarantine. Also, we want to reduce the smoke and particulates in the air that might exacerbate conditions in someone with respiratory sensitivity, and avoid exacerbating the negative effects caused by COVID-19 public health emergency. It's consistent with proactive measures that are already adopted by several states, counties, and federal agencies. For example, there's ban on campfires in national forests. There are some exemptions not intended to make stay-at-home recommendations even harder, and those following ones are exempt from the open burn prohibition, and that would be recreational fires and outdoor fire burning materials other than rubbish where the fuel being burned is not contained in an incinerator, outdoor fireplace, portable outdoor fireplace, barbecue grill, barbecue pit, and has a total fuel area of 3 feet or less in diameter and 2 feet or less in height for pleasure, religious, ceremonial, cooking, warmth, or similar purposes. Also, pressurized liquid or gas devices, so pressurized liquid or gas devices like stoves or grills with shutoff valves in an area at least 3 feet from any combustible materials, and portable outdoor fireplaces, and those would need to be used in accordance with manufacturer's instructions and shall not be operated within 15 feet of a structure or combustible material. And the fire marshal is on the call if you have any questions, but I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that the fire marshal does intend to implement the open burning ban on Saturday, May 2nd until further notice.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Good.
Thank you, Manager Miller. So you're basically telling us that after Saturday, there will be no burns, correct?
Correct. No, except for those exemptions that I mentioned that there won't be burning. And one of the things also I would like to point out is we did change our solid waste permit process. So one of the items that came out of the emergency ordinance that the BCC passed was allowing me to create some policy changes, and one of them that we did to combat the effects, and particularly the financial effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, was to make it so that to use our transfer stations, you just need a valid permit, but we are not punching that permit. So you can go to the transfer stations at least one trip per day, limited to 1 trip per day, but you would not have a punch made. So as opposed to burning, you do have that option to take trash to the transfer stations at no cost.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you, Madam. Mr. Chair, can I speak?
Commissioner Garcia, go ahead, sir.
So, thank you, Manager Miller, Mr. Chairman. So here's what happened this weekend in my community. Is the city of Santa Fe closed the transfer station, BERT, whatever you call it. So now all individuals that can't go to the BERT transfer station, they're going to La Cienega. And so my question is, when you go to BERT, you get charged $25, $10, whatever your weight is at BERT. And so now all these individuals that can't go throw trash in the city transfer station, they're coming to La Cienega or Edgewood. I got a call from the mayor in Edgewood. So you don't have to answer this question right now, but how are we dealing with individuals in the city? I know this lady had a truckload of trash, and so I went unloaded her trash and put it back in my truck and took it to La Cienega. So those are things that now the county is actually absorbing this per se cost to go through your stuff in La Cienega or Edgewood or El Dorado or up north. And so they're not being charged. So those are just something we have to look at and how the city once again, the city closed their transfer stations. So now they're coming to La Cienega. So those are just, I'm a little concerned about that because now I have traffic, I have more trash, so on and so forth. We're covering the cost for city residents. So, for that, Manager Miller, thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Hanson.
Commissioner Hanson?
Commissioner Garcia, the BERT transfer station is only closed on the weekend. It is not closed during the week. Okay, and it's kind of the similar thing at the BERT transfer station. People are showing their cards and just going in. So it is not, BERT is not closed only on the weekend. Okay, and they still have the same hours. Also, on our transfer stations, you have to be a county resident and you have to show a punch pass to get in. So people need punch passes. I'm wondering if we are able to sell punch passes online yet, or because that seems to be one of the issues that happen at the complex, is that people want to come in and buy punch cards for the transfer station.
So really quick, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Commissioner. On that note, so BERT is open during the week for residential customers as well as contractors, correct?
It's not open to people who have trash pickup. But if somebody does not have trash pickup, they are allowed to come and take trash there. That means rubbish from in their house. We are not taking green waste. You can go onto the SWAMA site. I also sent out a update on what SWAMA is doing to everybody. But, you know, you can't, if you want to clean up your yard because you're home right now, they're not taking that at BERT. They're taking rubbish and trash. But most people in the city have pickup. You know, they are like myself. I live in the city. My trash gets picked up. Most of the people in my district, which is where BERT is, Las Campanas, Agua Fria, have also waste haulers. So a lot of the people have waste haulers. It is only for those people who are coming there to drop off their rubbish and trash from their household.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, just in regards to applying for a solid waste permit to get a punch card online is in La Cienega. We don't have good internet service in the valley there, so you can't go somewhere and, for example, somebody that wanted to get a trash permit, they had to go to the treasurer's office and got Amber help them out. They had to go to trash permit. You're 2 weeks out in order to get a trash permit. 2 weeks out permit. So we'll get to that point. But thank you for your comments on the BERT, because individuals out there need to know that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Garcia, we can't, we don't do mail-in permits, but you can get them in the treasurer's office by appointment. You can get them at the satellite offices between 10 and 12, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Lucky and Edgewood. And you can get them at Public Works, at the Public Works facility. So you are able to get them, and like I said, you just need a valid card. So if you have one that has, that is a valid card, even if it's been punched, they don't need to go buy another one because we're not punching them anymore.
I know, but thank you, Mr. Chair, Manager Miller. My uncle's trying to get permit. He said we're 2 weeks out, and but anyhow, so we're good.
Well, that
Thank you, Commissioner.
in the treasurer's office because it's also property tax payment time, but they can get them at Public Works.
Okay.
Thank you, Manager Miller and Commissioner Garcia. I do have a question relative to that as well. I did have a constituent that actually went with an older punch that was already all punched out and tried to throw some trash. And of course, staff turned this individual away. But I did want to ask, like, let's say that somebody has a pass from 2019, or even that was still valid, of course, this year, but they've used all their punches and they, of course, they can't afford to buy another one at this point. If they bought a smaller punch, like a 3-punch card, if they could afford that, or, I mean, would there be room to see if there was something that was valid even for this year, if they had a 3-card punch and they've used it, but they can't afford to buy another one? I mean, I'm just wondering if an instance like that showed up. I know that I did have an instance where somebody had a punch tag that had been punched since like 2014 or something to that effect. That, of course, that's, you know, something that, of course, we couldn't accept. But if somebody has a card relative to this year or the end of last year where they used all their punches but they couldn't afford to buy another punch, is there any anything that we can do to help an individual out like at that point? I haven't heard of anybody at this point, but I just was curious.
Mr. Chair, they can buy a single punch. You don't have to even buy 3. You can buy a single punch, but it'll be good for all your trips until we start punching again.
How much is a single punch? Just, do you know offhand? Probably not. I don't know. So you may
I
not.
want to say it's like 12 or 13. Gary might know off the top of his head. It's, I think that 3-punch are like $28 or something like that. It comes out around 10, 9 something a trip. And we made them all the same, so it didn't matter. You know, it used to be, oh, thank you. It is 3-punch is $27.50. 1-punch or 1 trip.
So, Mr. Chair, this is really quick. I think Manager Miller and the County Commission were actually doing an excellent job as into helping the residents out. If they need to borrow my punch card, don't tell anybody about it, but they can borrow my punch card. But we're actually doing an excellent job as in helping out the individual that need to throw trash and they can't afford it. So there's a way around where we can do it for now during the virus. So I think we're good. So
thank you for that comment, Commissioner Garcia.
My battery is running low. I guess I got to plug in my stuff.
Okay, Manager Miller, I know you were talking.
Sorry.
When that intervention happened, but just for the public's edification, you did say it was 27, I think, for a 3-punch. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I think it's $27.50. A 1-punch is 18, but as I said, then it's not going to get punched until we start punching again. So,
I think that's a great option for our constituents that are in a hard situation right now. So I appreciate that, Manager Miller.
And Mr. Chair, the purpose of you have to have a punch card is because it's similar to Commissioner Henson was referring to. You have to be an eligible user of the transfer stations. And an eligible user is a resident that isn't in the city limits that has city trash pickup. It's those residents out in the county with county property.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
So I brought that up, Mr. Chair, just to point out about the burn ban, and I also had brought up the burn ban because I knew you might get calls from your constituents about that, so we wanted to make sure you were aware, and that there is that option to go to the transfer stations if somebody has trash that they had originally wanted to burn. They can take it to the transfer station as long as they have a valid punch permit.
Thank you for saying that on public record, because I think it's important that, especially now during the time that people can't burn things that they usually may burn, that they have an option to take them to the station. Like I said, I think in our last BCC meeting, I've witnessed people getting rid of branches and shrubs along the Milwaukee River, and it's something that we need to try and mitigate, because it does, cause a safety concern as far as a fire hazard and things of that nature. So I hope that that will kind of get mitigated during this time. Thank you. Okay,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think, was that it on the code? And we have.
I just had one more quick update on relative to COVID-19 for. The governor held a conference call today with county managers and the New Mexico counties. Had an opportunity to ask a few things. One of the big questions is, will counties be able to have their county fairs? And we're bumping up against needing to make a decision as to whether we hold our county fair, because we have to actually start to contract for things that occur during the county fair, and we need that lead time to secure those things. What she kind of indicated was that to give her a couple of weeks, because then, because one of the biggest challenges, in addition to the way the public health order is, one of the big challenges is how do we set the parameters for reopening or having gatherings of more than 5 people. And she wants that time. She said likely in 2 weeks they would have guidelines for that. I just wanted to let the board know, we are getting to that critical point of needing to make a decision about whether we postpone the county fair, cancel the county fair. I don't know if we could. I was going to talk to community services whether we could even just push it off by a couple weeks, because it gives us a little bit more time. Obviously, you don't want to push it off into the school year, but maybe a little more towards the end of August instead of the beginning of August might give us time to make that decision. So a final decision as to whether we can hold the county fair or not based upon what the governor's orders are. Also, they talked a little bit about a special session.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager Miller, just on that note, in the county fair, probably 90% of the individuals that go to the county fair are from my district, the southern part of the county, and I would appreciate if we actually can just wait for the next 2 or 3 weeks actually to make a decision on that and move it out, because it's very important to the 4-H and to individuals in my district. So if we can actually just wait a couple more weeks, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I was hoping to see if we can wait to kind of the last minute and hope that guidelines would allow us to have some kind of county fair for the youth and individuals who participate in that. Also, there was quite a bit of discussion about fairness and whether it's fair that small businesses aren't able to open when the big box stores are. And the governor stressed with the group that it's not an issue of fairness, it's an issue of trying to get people to stay at home. That the only way we're really going to get in front of this as a state is to make sure that people stay home. And having options of places to shop just encourages people to go out and shop and not stay home. There have been a lot of counties who have passed resolutions asking that the governor let the counties open up, particularly those counties with little or no positive cases. But she's still holding to the position that the stay-at-home order is until the middle of May, and believes that it really is a matter of saving lives in order to do that. So she stressed that with all of us again. did talk about if there's a special session sometime in June, July this summer, what would the likely measures be that the state would take to shore up their own budget. As I suspected, one of them will be to look at general fund capital outlay projects that are not encumbered. We, as the county staff, has been working diligently to look at every project that we have out there and how we can prioritize those that have general fund state capital appropriations, so that we can move those forward and hopefully encumber those funds before they might be pulled back by the state. So that's been a big focus of ours. Having been in that position before to make recommendations to the legislature and to the governor about where you can get money in order to shore up your operations for a time when revenues are not that good. Typically, general fund capital outlay is one of the places that you can pull back several hundred millions of dollars that has been sent out in grants but has not been executed in contracts. So I anticipate that's something that they will be looking at doing and starting to communicate with local governments about the status of their appropriations. And then I talked a little bit about what the state has received in funding from the federal government in the CARES Act. The state has received, I think, a $600 million allotment, as well as about a little over $1 billion. So there's somewhere between 1.6 and 1.7 billion dollars in funding that the state has received. Just a reminder, no local governments other than Albuquerque and Bernalillo County met the standard of a population of over 500,000. So those are the only two local governments in the state of New Mexico that received any of the federal money directly for dealing with the pandemic. The money is pretty restricted as it's currently been appropriated from Congress. And my understanding from the conversation is that the state is going to be looking in the next few days and communicating with the local governments how they might be able to access those funds. However, the state's going to have a large need for those funds because they're the ones who've been paying for all the testing, and the tests are very expensive, as well as they're the ones who've been doing all that they can at the state level to get PPE and putting money into that. So I anticipate the state will want to keep a large share of those funds. They can't really be used as revenue replacement as the laws have been written to date. So they're more specifically to the COVID-19 response. Hopefully, though, because we have had several expenditures for that at Santa Fe County, so hopefully we will be able to get reimbursement, but they have not indicated how as of yet. We anticipate getting more information this week on that, though. So that's my update on the conversation with the governor and my COVID-19 update. And
Mr. Chair, Catherine.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Catherine, I want to just mention that I want to thank the governor sincerely for opening up the nurseries. I have 4 nurseries in my district, and I was grateful that she saw that they were included under the agricultural exemption. And, I have Plants of the Southwest, Payne's, Waterwise, and of course my favorite nursery, Agua Fria. And so I was really grateful to her for recognizing that exemption for the nurseries. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I think I was having some internet problems, so I cut off for a little bit there. Thank you for your report as well, Manager Miller. Do we have any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. In regards to the capital projects, I know Manager Miller has a capital outlay team moving forward. So do we know what projects are actually general fund and what projects are STB funds? And so the question I have is into if oil and gas industry funds capital outlay projects from general fund, and that money from oil and gas can only be utilized for bricks and mortar per se. So why would the governor's office take away those funds if they can only be utilized for bricks and mortar and not for programming dollars?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's why I said they would look at the general fund appropriations. The general fund appropriations, they've probably over this past session and the one last year, probably put 300 million, give or take, in general fund capital appropriations out into agencies and local governments. So that's what they would be looking at. And that's what they would likely pull back. And then the other thing that's happened in the past when we went through this in 2010, 2008, 2009, 2010, was it did swap some of the severance tax bond capacity for some of the projects that had been funded at the state level with general fund, but they didn't do that so much with local projects. They actually went through the LFC and DFA and the agencies all went through any capital appropriation grant that they had provided to local governments, tribal governments, and other entities throughout the state and said which ones of these are general fund and have not been encumbered for a contract for construction, and pulled back what had not been under contract. And so particularly if a project is really new and hasn't started moving yet or isn't funded completely, they tend to look at those because that's, while it's discouraging to lose your appropriation, it's not stopping something that's already started. It's also not going at the workforce that's already employed. So I just know from experience that that's where they'll have to look in order to. They'll also sweep funds from numerous funds that they maybe have built up cash balances in. They'll go through and they'll look to sweep funds. They'll likely have hiring freezes, continue hiring freezes. And that's what they'll do to try to shore up their revenues. They're going to be hurting from the price of oil. That's one of the biggest revenues for the state. And I guarantee they weren't looking at $12 a barrel for oil when they made their budget.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how much can being on the school board, they actually took a lot of our money in the last 2 or 3 years from our cash reserve funds. How much can the state take from our cash reserve funds? Can they take from our cash reserve funds?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, they can. How they do it is they look at your cash reserves and then they look at your distribution and they offset your distribution. So they don't physically reach into your bank account and pull out your money. They just lower your distribution by an amount offset by what you might have in your cash reserves. I think when we did it in 2008, 2009, I think the school districts are supposed to have 5%, and I don't think they took anything more than anybody down lower than 7%, but I can't say what they would do now. That's just historically what they've done in the past.
So, Mr. Chairman, Manager Miller, so did the governor's office talk about the permanent fund? Because it is a rainy day. It's raining out there. So did they actually talk about what they can do with the permanent fund?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it was mentioned, but not specifically as to how they would look to it, but they do, the permanent fund is a potential source of funding to shore up the state. I'm sure that will be something of discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Is there any other questions or comments from the board?
Just, Mr. Chair, really quick, I know we're actually in the virus situation and we're all serious about it, but Rudy has to just make a little bit of comments, but your picture behind you is a little crooked. Might want to fix it up.
As I stated earlier, it's not the picture, it's my head. Let's go on to we're going to, I think it's item number 7C. Is that correct, Manager Miller? And it's budget preparation, update, and request for preliminary direction on specific items. We have from our finance division, Joe Rowe.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to preface this. We're not asking for any decisions. What we're trying to do is provide you with information as we said, last BCC meeting, we had gone to all of the department and elected officials and asked what areas they could cut in their budget. And so this is a process of working collaboratively with each of the department directors, each of the division directors, each of the elected officials, and asking them what they think that they can live without in order to still provide essential services and critical services to the community, and maybe scaling back some of those nice to have things that we or some of our expansion in services. So this has been the process that we've been following all month, and we will bring more detailed stuff to you in May. But right now, we just want to start to show you those areas that where we're having success, some areas where we may have some challenges. And so Joey put together a presentation, and I also have Mr. Schaefer who's going to talk about our health insurance premiums a little bit as well. And then, and so I was hoping we could get all the way through the presentation of both Joey Rowe and Greg Schaefer, and then stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller.
Good afternoon, Chair Roybal and Commissioners. Thank you for having me again to speak about our budget. This is a budget preparation update and request for preliminary direction, but as Manager Miller just stated.
Too many people talking.
Actually, Joey, if your volume on your speakers is up really high, you may be getting feedback internally, so you might turn that volume down a little.
Okay, I turned my volume down. How is it now? Better? Okay,
better.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay, fantastic. I apologize for that.
Let me just ask Commissioner Moreno, because he had the concern in the first place. Commissioner Moreno, is it sound clear to you now, sir? You have to unmute, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead and continue, Ms. Rowe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully this is better. So this is an update and request for preliminary direction, but as Manager Miller stated, we're not really looking for any type of voting or anything like that today. So the status of our fiscal year 21 budget, these deadlines you've seen before, the interim budget is still due on June 1st and the final budget is still due July 31st. And we do have some items that require some discussion that are included in this presentation, and those are personnel matters, health insurance, and revenue projections. And again, as Manager Miller stated, we have been working with departments They've all been fantastic with meeting deadlines, with coming up with some more cuts for us this year. And so due to the anticipated decline in revenue, the departments reduced their budget requests in several areas. These were areas including the non-mission critical fixed assets, contractual services, non-essential travel and training. Departments were able to identify $6,468,216 in budget reductions. And these amounts have been cut from the original FY21 department requests that were submitted to us originally when we had our budget hearings with the departments. They also, as I had mentioned to you 2 weeks ago during our meeting, during the board meeting, they have pledged to leave $3,718,596 in the fiscal year 20 current year appropriations, and those unspent funds will fall to cash and would be available for use in fiscal year 21 to help shore up some of our decline in the revenues. We have implemented a hiring freeze through at least the end of this fiscal year, and that would also allow an estimated $2,795,662 to fall to cash. And with all that being said, it's very uncertain what's going to happen still with this economic downturn. So we really needed to look at some additional long-term cost-saving measures. So we're reviewing those. We're looking at what we can do to continue providing all of our services to our citizens, our constituents, while still being able to cut back on some of those, as Manager Miller stated, those nice-to-have things like a fixed asset that may need replaced, but it can wait a year or two before that happens. As you know, personnel expenditures in government always comprise the largest percentage of our operating budget, and Santa Fe County is no exception to that. 65% of our operating budget is personnel. So because this is a recurring expenditure, our workforce would ultimately need to be considered for reductions. Now, that does not mean at this point we are not looking, I want to make sure that I stress this, we are not looking to lay off. We are not looking to furlough, and we are not looking to eliminate positions. So we're hoping that by doing all these cost-saving measures now up front, that we will be able to avoid that. So on the next slide, personnel matters. This is what we've done without affecting employees that are currently working with us. We've implemented the hiring freeze. The departments and elected officials are asked to justify any vacant positions as mission critical. That will go through human resources and the manager's office. And if they are deemed mission critical, then they will be able to do the request to fill those positions. We have recommended a hiring freeze, though, for the non-mission critical through a minimum of December 31st, so through the end of this calendar year. And then when we get towards that deadline, we can review that to determine feasibility of filling those frozen positions based on how our revenues are doing, because we should know by then how our revenues are. Another option that we've been looking at, just to let you know, public safety positions, rather than saying that all positions are frozen across the county or only public safety positions aren't frozen. What we're talking about doing with them is, because of the mission critical status of those positions, we decided to look at maybe a 10% vacancy rate. So that's kind of where we've been working on that. For fiscal year 21, we're recommending not to include a COLA or a merit increase in the budget when we're building it. And we also are not going to be granting FTEs unless they're grant funded. And we have directed management to review overtime costs to ensure reasonability. So we're working with public safety specifically because they are the biggest users of overtime due to the mandatory overtime and the way that the shifts work. But we have been working with those managers and directors to be able to see if there is something that we could do that's within the confines of how we have to operate to be able to reduce some of those costs. And the next slide is discussing health insurance, and I am going to turn this over to Mr. Schaefer if he's on here.
Thank you, Joey, Mr. Chair. So one of the funding needs that have been identified as part of the budget preparations to date is in regards to medical and prescription drug benefits for county employees. And we, working with our actuaries, are projecting an increase in funding, a need for increase in funding, ranging from $1 million to $1.4 million. And the driver of that needed increase primarily come down to the increasing trends with regard to employee medical and prescription claims, as well as an anticipated increase in our stop-loss insurance premiums. With regard to claimants and claim cost, what is presented in page 5 of your presentation is really to just present to the board how anomalous 2019 was from a large claim perspective. As you see, in 2017 and 2018, we had fairly consistent large claimant activity where we had 6 claimants in each year whose claims were in excess of $75,000. In 2019, that doubled, and we had 13 claimants who had claims in excess of $75,000 for the overall year. The total amount of those large claims was in excess of $2 million, and that represented slightly over 27%, of our overall claim cost was attributable to 13 obviously very serious health issues for employees and or their dependents. So large claimant activity is clearly a very big driver of the anticipated need for funding in calendar year 2021. The overall trend line for the cost of medical and prescription benefits per employee per month has generally trended upward from plan inception of January 17 to date, a clip of 22.7% increase. So to sum up on that point, across the board, employee claims have and will continue to historically and will continue to increase is the anticipation. And then we also are dealing with the impact to our actuarial analysis of those very large claims from plan year 2019. On the next slide, this is slide 6, you have from our insurance consultant their actuarial estimates of what our funding requirements are. They provide 3 options: 1, a conservative option; option 2, a moderate option; and option 3 being an optimistic option. I'll take those in reverse order. Option 3, which is labeled the optimistic option, is that you're simply trying to cover your projected paid claims and your projected non-claim costs and do nothing else. You're just trying to break even. You have no buffer for a claim fluctuation, and you have no cash reserve built into your funding model. Option 2, which is labeled the moderate option, includes a claim fluctuation margin of $188,995. So you're building in a little bit of a buffer to the extent that your claims exceed what you're projecting on an actuarial basis. And then option 1, which is the so-called conservative model, includes on top of that claim fluctuation margin an additional margin for cash reserve buildup. And so that's where you're building your reserves in the group self-insurance fund over time so that you can potentially better weather above average claims or potentially start to self-insure against very large catastrophic claims on an individual basis. So again, this is straight from our actuarial analysis using Gallagher, our insurance consultant. And as you see, as you drop down to the bottom of page 6 and those charts, the needed increase in funding ranges from 1.4 million and change under the option 1 conservative down to approximately 1 million for the optimistic option 3.
Bless you.
Generally speaking, management would support making sure that we have enough resources to go with the option 1 funding level, the conservative model, because we believe that long term, that's the best option to ensure that our group self-insurance fund is adequately funded and prepared to provide long-term benefits to county employees. So moving on to slide 7, we think, having said that, that a moderate funding level may be adequate. And the reason for that is we anticipate, and Gallagher anticipates, that COVID-19, somewhat perversely, may actually have a positive impact on our overall claim experience for plan year 2020. And that's due to the fact that elective procedures have been prohibited for coming up on about 2 months now. And so depending upon what the actual infection rate is for county employees, if any, relative to COVID-19 and what level of care they require, we could actually see a positive claim trend line in 2020 due to those elective procedure restrictions. And so if those reductions in claims were to materialize, those savings would be available to meet the 2021 estimated funding needs under the conservative option. So again, to sum up on that point, while we recommend that we target fully funding the conservative funding option put forward by Gallagher, we believe that there is a reasonable prospect that we will be able to meet that funding need, utilizing in part some savings from claims experience due to elective procedures being restricted during the COVID-19 public health emergency. So with regard to the funding gap between what we need in 2021 and what our current bi-monthly contribution rates will net us, that funding gap could be bridged in multiple ways. You could increase employer and employee bi-monthly contribution rates. So again, those contribution rates are divided between the county and between employees based both upon the type of coverage you elect as well as the number of people you insure, as well as what your actual salary levels are. You could shift more risk to employees by increasing copays, deductibles, and co-insurance. In other words, do a plan redesign. That's been discussed in the news relative to the city of Santa Fe and options that they're considering to meet their budget shortfall. You could provide a one-time subsidy to the group self-insurance fund from county cash reserves, or you could do a combination of any of the above in order to meet that funding gap. With regard to options that were being explored and continuing on that theme, however you look at it, management feels at this time that increasing both the employer and employee bi-monthly contribution rates will ultimately be necessary at some level. We think that that will be necessary and prudent for a variety of reasons. First, funding your self-insurance program through bi-monthly contributions matches recurring revenue to recurring expenditures. It also ensures that the county cost is responsive to member levels. meaning that our expense and contribution will increase or decrease with member levels, because it's, again, tied to payroll and bi-monthly contributions. By putting and increasing your bi-monthly contribution rates as necessary, you avoid potential drastic catch-up contributions in future years when the county is no longer able to hold the contribution rates flat through cash infusions. We've been informed that other governmental entities nationally have had to impose some very significant contribution rate increases after they failed to increase contribution rates over a period of time. Increasing the bi-monthly contribution rates as your primary funding source is probably most compatible with the concept of a pooled risk, which is what a self-insurance fund is. We're all pulling together to cover those catastrophic health situations that would lead to the high claims that we talked about earlier. The bi-monthly contribution rates are the way the county has structured them, progressive, meaning that employees who earn more pay more for their health insurance. In contrast, increasing copays, deductibles, and coinsurances means that users of medical services will bear a higher percentage of any increase in funding that's passed on to employees, and they'll bear that burden at a time when they're least able to afford it. We feel that even in today's environment, some increase in bi-monthly contribution rates would be tolerable for employees. To take two obvious examples, the current situation is drastically driving down the cost of gasoline, which results in a significant savings to employees. In addition, the current restrictions that are in place are reducing opportunities for discretionary spending. Finally, even the increase in employee contribution rates that would be on offer if that was the path that was chosen by the Board of County Commissioners would be much smaller than pay cuts via furloughs that are being proposed elsewhere. So again, those are some of the reasons why management feels that some increase to both the employer and employee bi-monthly contribution rates would be necessary. So the last slide that we have on this particular topic is we actually looked at what the impact would be to both employee and employer county contribution rates for the so-called moderate funding scenario, which would represent a 15.4% increase to the bi-monthly contribution rates. I'll start out at the macro level. Under that scenario, the county would be contributing $901,774 additional dollars towards the needed funding, and the employee share on an aggregate level would be $343,354. So again, the county would be picking up $901,000 of the approximate $1.2 million that would be needed to meet the moderate funding option. When you look at the impact to county employees on a bi-monthly contribution basis, it will vary based upon whether or not the employee is enrolled in the HMO plan or the PPO plan, as well as how many dependents they enroll and what their income levels are. For a single employee in the lowest contribution tier, it would be $7.72 per bi-monthly contribution if it was just themselves that were enrolled. And for the person in tier 4, the highest tier, it would cost $13.52 more per bi-monthly contribution. So you would double that to see what the monthly amount would be. If you look at the family coverages, again, focusing on the Presbyterian HMO, which is where most of our employees are enrolled, you would have $22.79 per bi-monthly contribution. So doubling that would be about $44 and change, or $45, excuse me, per month for someone to cover their family, up to approximately $40 per bi-monthly contribution, or almost $80 for someone in the top tier. So again, that gives you a sense of what those numbers would translate into relative to a moderate funding increase that was met entirely through an increase to bi-monthly contribution rates for both the employee and the employer. So we're not asking for a decision by the board today on that score, but rather wanted to simply provide to you some information relative to a not insignificant funding need with regard to medical and prescription drug benefits. I think it's back over to you, Joey.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So the totally different subject now, the revenue projections that we have budgeted currently in the fiscal year 21 budget to submit with our interim that is due at the end of next month. We have assumed a 40% GRT that we're going to receive 70% of our GRTs. I apologize. And currently in the budget, we have that we would receive 0% of our hold harmless. However, after discussion with Manager Miller, she indicated that she may have some information that we could actually see some of that hold harmless revenue coming in. And we are assuming that we're going to receive about 90% of our property tax revenues that we ordinarily would have seen had this economic downturn and COVID-19 not happened. So the good news is, due to conservative spending and just being aware that something of this nature may happen, Santa Fe County has $37,883,280 in the unassigned general fund balance, and that was as of a few weeks ago. So with that being said, there does appear to be sufficient fund balance to counter the initial reduction in revenues that we're possibly anticipating. But depending upon the length and severity of this economic downturn, because it's a fluid situation, these assumptions may be optimistic. And so therefore, we really need to continue looking at our recurring costs and consider how we can continue reducing those. So just in case we realize lower than anticipated revenues, if we have a longer term recession, because as you can see, the unassigned general fund balance will maintain us for only a limited period of time. What that limited period of time is, we're not really sure yet, because we need to look at how much revenues are coming in and how much expenditures are going out the door. So it is, as Manager Miller mentioned, the state could require the county to relinquish some of our capital funding. And so county staff are reviewing any general fund capital grant awards to expedite those expenditures where possible. So with that, the presentation is done and I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer and Ms. Joe. We appreciate it. I'm going to go to my board and I'm going to start with Commissioner Hanson. Do we have comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much, Joey. That was very helpful. And thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I know you're not looking for any direction or comments at the moment, but I really appreciate the insurance information. I think that is something that we definitely need to think about, and I do support the moderate option 2. I'm just moving back a little bit to see. I appreciate all the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, are you still here?
Hold on one second. Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Not yet, sir, but we can hear you.
Just really quick, thank you for this not final say, but for direction or giving us. Am I live?
There you go.
I think these are not. We have 2 meetings going on almost here.
There we are.
Am I here? Am I live? So just really quick for the individuals that have cut their budgets for savings, can we actually have a list of the items that have been cut for savings, whether it's maintenance and how and who actually approved those cuts? I would like just a list on that stuff. And then also in regards to the projections, who from the county is actually doing the projections as into where we are at next year or the following year? Who's doing the projections?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I've been working with Joey, and at the moment, the problem for us is I don't want to say it's a guess, but in some ways it is. We have no idea what our gross receipts tax revenue is going to look like. We'll know a little bit more at the end of May, and also I think that the state tax and rev division is going to try to give some projections on gross receipts tax because they have the data before we actually receive our distributions. So they indicated on a call a couple of weeks ago that they were going to try to provide some information to us at local government level to help us get a little more information as they get information from their revenue forecasters relative to GRT, what that might look like as it comes down to the local level. But what we did is we actually looked at what it looked like back in 2008, 2009, as far as how bad did that economic recession hit us. And our gross receipts tax at that particular time dropped at its lowest level about 25% below the level it was prior to the recession. So Joey did kind of a look at, okay, not just, okay, let's take a flat amount, but she took each month, if we were to say, what would the distribution for May be? What would it be for June, July? And then if we started to come back up in the fall. So we took it on a monthly basis, taking just an estimate, but then we said, okay, what does that look like for a whole year? And that came out the whole year at an average of 30% below. So some months could be that we only receive 30%. Some months we might receive 50% of our prior year, and some months, or our prior average, and some months might be 70, 80%. And so we said, what does it come out to average for the whole year next year? And that was 70%. So that's where we got the gross receipts tax revenue. Then for property tax, that's a real tough one because it's hard to say, will people just not be able to pay or have a delay in their payments for a while? And I think 10% is probably high, that we would lose 10% of property tax revenue. But it did go down in the last economic downturn. And one of the things with property tax, you're collecting for the prior year's valuation. So we're not going to see probably a drop in value for, if we see one at all, for another year. As a matter of fact, the assessor has already finished valuation, and the valuation was up. But that's because they're really valuing the property as of the end of last year. And when we send out bills in December, you'll be paying for 2020, not 2021. So, I mean, in November. So that's the challenge with property tax. There's a lag in, there's one thing that's our collection rate. We may not collect at the same rate we currently collect at 96, 97% of the bills that are sent out. So we anticipate we'll have a lower collection rate. But we also believe at some point there will be a hit in valuation, in which case we could see lower property values. Typically, yield control, which is a formula that tries to level off property tax revenue. If your values go down, your rate goes up. So, and if values go up, your rates go down, so that you net a similar revenue. So it's really hard to say what will happen to property tax and property tax revenue. We're not estimating that we'll see a change in valuation. What we're estimating is we may see a drop in collection for current year collection, because people won't be able to pay it right away, or they will have to pay over time. And we don't think we'll see that until sometime middle of next fiscal year. So that's why this is a challenge for us, because property tax, it's a good thing. Property tax is pretty stable, and much more stable than gross receipts. But you don't see the effect of a downturn in payment of property tax until much further down the road. We won't know that until next December, January.
So, Mr. Chair, Manager Miller, thank you. So, individuals are kind of exempt from paying their rent payment, their water bill. So, are they exempt from paying their property taxes?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, no, they're not. It's state law how the whole property tax cycle is in state law, and that's from when a notice of valuation is sent out, the protest period for protesting that valuation, when that total valuation has to be certified, and then how that has to get to determines the rates, which then the BCC in September has to approve the rates. So the whole cycle is all set by statute, and including payment. And the only individual who can defer payment to a later date in state government is the property tax division director at State Tax and Rev. And they were requested, even our treasurer sent a letter requesting a delay in property tax payment, but they chose not to. He said that because of that timing, and because of it being a revenue that not just counties rely on, or an individual county, but debt is paid out of the tax bills at the state level, the city level, the school level, the college level, the county level, operations for the city, the county, the schools, and community colleges all count on that revenue. They thought it would be too disruptive to just not even have a distribution by pushing the date off. So So they didn't extend the time. Now, what they did discuss is when they have a special session looking at if you ended up you didn't pay and you had penalty and interest, that the way to alleviate that penalty and interest would be some statutory remedy that you could use it. If you did pay it, you got a credit on some other tax. But they have to change the law to do that. They could not suspend penalty and interest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Manager Miller, so in the because of our bond rating, can the county actually go to the federal government and borrow money to actually bail individuals out?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
So in the bigger picture of it, can the county, because of our bond rating, can we actually go and actually borrow money from the federal government because we're a great county?
No, but I will tell you that one of the things that the governor indicated also is they're looking at what else could be done, because there's the federal loan packages that have the $650 billion worth of loans to small businesses, but quite a few of those businesses couldn't access it, and many of them in New Mexico couldn't access it. So she was looking at whether I think the administration's looking at whether any of those funds that are coming from the federal government could also be used to assist New Mexico businesses where the PPP program fell short for New Mexico. So while we couldn't do that, the areas, we're very limited in what we can do to help individuals. We have the issue of anti-donation, so we can't just give money to individuals. We, through economic development, we have the Local Economic Development Act that allows us to help businesses, but it's also very restricted. It can't usually be for, I don't know of any instances where it can be for working capital to pay, salaries and rent and things like that. We can assist indigent, and what we have done is we have put more money to our partners that help the homeless and indigent individuals with housing needs, food needs. So we do that through contract with the shelter and our housing partners. Those are ways we can assist. We can assist through our affordable housing through down payment assistance, or what we're looking at is how can we assist people from having foreclosure. And there's ways we've done it in the past where I think we did some bridge loans. We also bought some homes out of foreclosure. And so Joseph and Penny and I have been looking at how could we redirect some of our affordable housing funds from the Happy Roofs program and from the developer subsidy program to possibly assisting in a foreclosure prevention initiative like we did the last time we had an economic downturn. But those are really the only ways, is through local economic development, Affordable Housing Act, and through the indigent exemptions in the Constitution, that we're able to give direct assistance to individuals or businesses. But I think the state is also looking at how they could potentially use some of the federal funding, which can be used differently than state funding for some of those types of initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller. I'm glad we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do I have any other comments or questions from any other commissioners? Okay, no.
Yeah.
Commissioner Moreno, do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I think The key word that I heard is flexibility. We're in a position where we don't know what's gonna happen, and holding the spending and managing the money as needed. The money from the feds or whatever package through the legislature, it's not going to be a sudden fix. I think it's going to be kind of a rough road, and it'll take a lot of patience, and if we don't, and I think that would be my take on the situation overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Any other comments from the rest of the board?
Yeah, just very quickly, because that was really comprehensive information. I really appreciate it. And I think I only wanted to reiterate the value of reviewing this, maybe even monthly, because I have absolutely no contest with any of the assumptions that have been made. They're really valid conservative assumptions. There are a lot of sources it turns out, because I tried to do a little research on whether there were other, I don't know, universities or institutes or whatever doing some estimations of tax losses and things like that due to the coronavirus. And there are some sources out there. So we in the county can use those for some external comparison on these like GRT projections. But we're going to have, I got muted for a second there. We're going to have to review those assumptions. For instance, the issue that we might start recovering later in the fall and GRTs might go up, et cetera, and that could definitely happen, or it could go in the other direction if travel is way down and there's any kind of resurgence as things open up more. So the idea of reviewing this pretty consistently is something I think would stand us in good stead. Otherwise, what Manager Miller and Joey did are just, I think, really good grounds for us to make ongoing decisions on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson, did you have any closing remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm grateful for all the information. And thank you once again for all your hard work, Joey.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I couldn't agree more. I really appreciate the fact that the county's being proactive and using a proactive approach. I think that in the long run, we're doing everything that we need to protect our constituents and still keep our services available. So thank you to all of county staff. Okay. Manager Miller, did you have anything else? Or can we go to the next?
Mr. Chair, I kind of want to wrap up with what we're going to try to do over the next 2 BCC meetings is, so we've given you the foundation of how we're building the FY 2021 budget. And then we'll, over the next 2 meetings, show you the details of things that, like what we took out of the budget. But we wanted to let you know that those were the foundations at which we were building into the budget. Things like new COLAs. We know we need to do something with the health insurance premiums. We're going to look for one that balances an increase, but makes sure that we keep the fund solvent. Looking at hiring freezes. We don't want to eliminate positions, but what we would do is not fund those that we say we don't need to fill. We don't need to fill for 6 months, 8 months. We would only fund them for, say, half of a year, starting January 1. And then as we get closer to that time frame, if it looks like revenues aren't going to be where they need to be in order to start hiring again, then we say, hey, we're just going to continue to freeze those and pull that funding out of the budget. So those were the foundations we were trying to brief you on that we're building into the budget. And if there were any you had serious concerns about, we wanted you to let us know. But what we're really striving not to do is that everybody who is currently employed with Santa Fe County and wants to stay employed at Santa Fe County, that we have the funding to keep them employed at Santa Fe County, and we're and not at less than their 40 hours a week or what their base schedule is if they're in public safety. We are trying to get overtime down because in public safety, we probably spend $4 to $5 million a year in overtime, but we just can't do that going forward. So we're trying to work with corrections, the sheriffs, the fire department, RECC to look at, are there ways to staff with maybe not as many people on a shift so that if somebody calls in sick, you don't fill that shift with somebody on overtime. You just have one less person on that shift. And can you do that and not jeopardize public safety? So that's the balance we're working on with each of the managers, elected officials, directors in public safety, and with the staff to see that we can do that. And if it means if the way we do that is you fill your positions, but you don't have anybody on overtime shifts because we have people who rotate, that might be the key way. So you may not see as many vacancies in one area of public safety as you could in another. The other, for instance, with the jail, we're at our lowest population. So do we need as many guards on every shift? Are there some posts that maybe we don't have to fill? And therefore, if we don't have to have somebody on an overtime shift to fill a particular post. So those are the things that we're really working on, how to get those costs down and balancing that with making sure that we maintain the same level of public safety. So so those they're a little, they take a little time to translate into budget numbers. And so that's why we can't show you some of those specifics yet, but we hope to start laying those out for you at the next 2 BCC meetings with the idea that we would approve an interim budget. And I estimate the budget will change several times over next year. I don't think, I'd be shocked if we get it right the very first time. So I anticipate we'll be making adjustments and be reviewing things with you every board meeting as events roll out.
Okay, thank you for that update and the closing clarification, Manager Miller. We appreciate that. I'm going to go on to item number 9, and this is, or 8, or actually 9, 8 matters of county from the county commissioner. Do we have any announcements from any of the commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, I want to thank the sheriff's office for having a deputy at the front desk at the kiosk with constituent liaisons. I have heard from Sarah, my constituent liaison, how helpful that is. And so I wanted to specifically recognize the sheriff's department for having that deputy at the kiosk. I think that is really, it helps them feel much safer. And I think it is an important step in keeping our building open. I think I mentioned last time at the Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area, we have hired a new executive director, Margaret Compost. We had another board meeting on the 18th. I think those were the only things that I wanted to mention. I just want everyone to be safe and stay home. There seems to be some background somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from. There's no background at my house. But so thank you very much, Mr. Chair and other commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to mention that we're going to do another coffee with the commission on Saturday. This Saturday is the first Saturday of May. So starting at 9 o'clock, and we're doing it in virtual space, and hopefully we'll be a little more technologically successful this time. But I'm hoping that everybody who has things they're concerned about and want to talk about will join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any announcements, concerns, recognitions?
I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And I just want to thank Commissioner Hanson for recognizing the Sheriff's Department for, covering our kiosks. They do an outstanding job along with our fire department as well. So thank you all for everything that you do. I know Commissioner Hamilton had mentioned earlier that she was out at a brush fire and had an unscheduled hiking trip, but we appreciate you all and all the hard work that you put out there. So with that being said, I'm going to go on to our next item, which is item number 9. Or actually, you know what? I'm going to go to elected officials. I'm going to go to Madam Clerk. Did you have any announcements?
Yes, Chair Roy Ball. I'd like to just make an announcement. Okay, this is kind of nice, but I get tired because I'm doing all my work while I'm going through this process with you. Okay. In response to the ongoing COVID-19 public health crisis, the Secretary of State and the state's 33 county clerks are encouraging all voters to vote using an absentee ballot and avoid in-person voting for the 2020 primary election. And as I stated before, we have multiple ways that voters can vote in Santa Fe County and throughout the state of New Mexico. So I want to encourage that and know that once tomorrow I have more of an established idea of where we're going to be for election day, then my push will be for advertising for information for voters and education. This way they know clearly what we will be doing in Santa Fe County. I want to thank all of the county staff who have helped us with regards to our elections and all of the work that we do in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office. And that means IT and community services. There are many departments that have been helping us and they've been there for us. And we require a lot of assistance, especially during elections and even more now. So I want to just give a shout out to all the other county staff and management team who help us on a daily basis with what we're doing. And also to state that I'm very proud of Santa Fe County and what we're doing, especially with the task force. Rachel's leadership is tremendous. I think that it is a real plus for our county that department managers and elected officials and all of us could be on the same meeting, in the same meeting, and discuss these issues and listen, because then we take those back to our responsibilities and follow through. But we have a tremendous team, and I'm very proud of Santa Fe County. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Geraldine Salazar, we appreciate your comments and the recognition of our staff. You're absolutely right. They do a great job. And, we also want to thank you for all your hard work as well. Do we have any other elected officials that are here on the meeting that have any announcements? Any other elected officials that would like to make a public announcement? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close matters from other elected officials. And we're going to go on to item number 9, and this is a Santa Fe County Board of Finance meeting. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn break as the Board of County Commissioners and reconvene as the Board of County Commission or the Board of Finance.
Mr. Chair, go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
You sure? Yeah, I would so move.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And Commissioner Roybal, the fifth yes. So we recessed as the Board of County Commissioners, and we are reconvened as the Board of Finance meeting. So if we can call this meeting to order, can I get a roll call from this Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chair Roybal,
Here.
Commissioner Hanson,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Here.
Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Moreno,
Present.
all in attendance. Thank you. And ready.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have a quorum, and go ahead and go on to item number C. And this is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any additions or requests to this agenda? If not, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to approve the agenda.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson,
Second.
a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote once again. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
And myself, the fifth yes, Commissioner Roybal.
You didn't call me.
Oh, Commissioner Hanson, I'm sorry.
That's all right, yes.
Thank you. So we have all yeses. So we're going to go ahead and move on to item number D, which is our first item and it's an action item. I'm going to go to our County Treasurer, Pat Varela.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Today I stand with you guys in a different light than I did back in November. A lot of things have happened over the past months, and as you'll see, where the state that we're in right now and the challenges that I have. Next slide. As everybody's heard, that we have near zero interest rates, which affects our overall portfolio. Last year, when I spoke with you, we were at about 150 basis points, which was a 1.5% interest rate. And within 1 month, we dropped to zero. Before that, in previous years, 16 and 17, we were riding the horn of the bull. We were getting actually good return on our investments. We were up at, and some investments, we were making up to 3%. So right now we're having a lot of issues by, and you'll see that another bullet point, a lot of our securities are being called, or they're giving these mandatory calls, which I never heard of before until now. And that is that the government's allowing like Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae's to refinance at lower interest rates. So I'm predicting that we're going to have about 60 million plus being called and I'm going to have to invest in these low interest rates. Now, that's not only the only challenge. There's also a low inventory of investments to buy because the government has been buying so many treasuries and bonds over the last months to put liquidity in the market. So some of that's available now, it's above par. It's not really a huge premium, but instead of paying par, it's like par spot 12, par spot 30. So that's another challenge that we're going to have to go into, that I have to do, and then reinvest in this environment. And then I was talking with Catherine earlier this month about how much should we hold back from investing just in case we need the liquidity cushion. Also, there could be the possibility of higher bank fees with our bank because we have so many services that the more we had a good interest rate, now they reduce the interest rate. So we may have to start paying. So I'm trying to do an analysis, seeing how much cash I need to have at the bank so we don't pay anything. Since I came in office, we had like maybe 14, 15 accounts. Now we have over 30, and they're needed. And then we have other services as well that we've added on. So all those services cost. So in the past, we were making some good interest. Now we're not going to be, and it's going to be for a while. And I'm sorry to say so. So I need to see how much liquidity we need to keep in our bank so we don't have to pay those rates. And next, it's a small issue that we've had for a while. That's our merchant card web services. It's not the same as it was in the past. And some customers say they're going to call their commissioner. Some say they're going to call the manager's office, but they're not used to seeing what they did, and that's their history. But that's the least right now. My concern right now is the cash flow of the county. But of course, this is always on the burner because it does affect the customers that they can't see their current information the way that they used to in the past. Next slide. So when I spoke with you back in November, this is what the yield curve looked like. And those of you that have been in my investment committee meeting, remember last year we were on a inverted curve. So for about 2 quarters, and then it started to resurrect itself. So as you could see at this point in time when I did this presentation to you in November, this is what it looked like. So it had kind of flattened. It was getting a lot better. It was resurrecting. Next slide. This is January 2nd. It was right after New Year's. This is what it looked like. Still kind of flat, but still, showing some good yield rates, especially on the 30-year. As you can see, it has raising up on basis points. We can't invest that far, but that's an indicator that things were starting to look better because before it was low and because of the inverted curve. Next slide. This is what it looked like right after the COVID started impacting here. And if those of you that remember in our investment committee meeting since January, I stated several times that when it would hit here, it was going to hit pretty hard because we're a country as whole, but we're not like other countries where our country's so big and massive that we have different industries, different types of employment, and so geographically compared to like Spain and Germany, where they're smaller countries and they all fit in the size of our country. So the outlook that I was looking at, because I had been tracking it for a while, was going to be that it was going to be dropping pretty quick. And as you could see back on February 3rd, it started to invert again, especially in the years that we can invest in, which is in the 1 to 5 year in our operational portfolio. So next slide. The 27th, and as you could see, the scale started to go down. This is when the just before the Feds met and they did the drastic cut, it was dropping pretty fast, and it was actually kind of phenomenal because I never seen it drop so fast in the past before. Next slide. This is in 3/3 of March 3rd, when everything was starting to fall apart. People were going to the stores, hoarding what they could get, anything from toilet paper to pasta. So that started to affect the markets because people weren't spending financially; they were spending to get food and other things that they thought they needed to withstand this virus. Next slide. And here's where it really tanked in April 3rd. This was after the Fed said, okay, we're going to have to drop everything down. So they pretty much they were reducing the rates. And as you can see, it still had a curved shape. It wasn't inverted anymore. But if you look at the yields that we were getting, it went from large amounts into the percentages that we're getting. For the 1 year, we're getting spot 15, and then in year 5, we're getting spot 39. Next slide. This is the 16th. This is still after everything starting to rebalance itself out. But this is pretty much where it is today. Still, it hasn't really moved. Excuse me. It hasn't really moved. So I'm assuming that this is going to be what it's going to look like for a couple of years to come, because we're still not out of this. I mean, New Mexico is doing a very good job of, the governor's doing actually a good job of actually keeping the epidemic from spreading too well. But my concern is opening up other states and them coming to New Mexico because for tourism and bringing that back to here so we can have a relapse of the epidemic coming up. So hopefully if everybody stays what they're doing and everybody listens to the governor, hopefully this will stay. It won't dip anymore, because there has been talks about them going to actually to zero and to negative rates, which I don't believe would happen, but it would help the overall government's balance sheet. But the countries that have gone into negative rates have not come out of it since. So it would be really dangerous that they would do that. But right now, you really don't know what to predict. But I predict myself that it's going to stay at this for the next actually few years, because of the new money that's going into the economy, and there's no GDP right now. Next slide. So if you look at this slide, this is the curve when I came into office the next day. It looks similar, and actually it was a little bit better. And that was after about 2 years after the main really crash. And here in at the treasurer's office, we were suffering from people with delinquent taxes because they weren't paying them, because they were either out of work or they couldn't find jobs, or they were so delinquent that they didn't want to come in because they were embarrassed. But we were able to get them back to where they were. But this is what the environment looked like for the first couple of years that I was a treasurer. So as you can see, it was in a better state. So I could go out, 3-5 years. That looks a lot better, more appetizing, but it still wasn't. We weren't getting what we were in the past. Next slide. So here's just an overall report. This is a projection from tomorrow's meeting. They're saying that they're still going to keep the Fed rate from 0 to 0.25, with the probability of 10% that it would go up above that. So that's not going to happen. You can look at other central banks, and you could see where the USA is at 0 to spot 25. You got the Euro Bank at 0, and you got Bank of England at 10, and so on. And you could see the countries that are at negative rates. There's Switzerland, Bank of Japan, and you could see where they're below their negative rates, and they have been in negative rates. They've never been able to pull out. As far as I can remember, Bank of Japan has been negative for the past 6 years. So that's the danger of a country saying, yeah, we're going to go into negative rates to help the balance our books, but the chances of getting out of it are really slim, and they have a lot of trouble doing that. Next slide. So right now, the average bank interest rates are about 0.006. Average bank savings rates are about 0.009, and average money market rates are about 0.016. So that's what we're getting right now on some of our rates with our fiscal agent and some of the market monies that we have. And we had some really good sweep accounts that were paying, close to 2%, and they just dropped them overnight to in reaction with the Fed change. Next slide. Going from what I talked about earlier, these are what I'm receiving right now. It's mandatory calls, and so they're like I said, they're going out to refinance these securities at the lower interest rates. So we have quite a bit that are going to be called. Luckily, we have enough that are bullets, but bullets at the time were hard to find, and they're still very hard to find. And the other ones that we could get are treasuries. And at a point in 2016, I was buying more treasuries because treasuries were outperforming the paper. So I was getting a lot of treasuries at that time, and sometimes I was getting floaters that would track the rise plus spot 12. You could see everybody heard about the stock market going into a circuit breakers 3 times in a row in the past few months, where that means that the trading dropped below 20%, so they have to cease trading. It went from 29,000 back in January to a low of almost 18,000, just the Dow itself. This was a snapshot of when I uploaded this to present to you. The Dow was back at 23, but nowhere near the 29 it was, and it took actually 4 years to get from the point it is now to where it was at the beginning of the year. Next slide. So this is the GDP. This is looking at the GDP, predicted GDP, and as you can see, 2020 is in the negative. Beforehand, it was targeted of being a very good year. In fact, there was talks about raising the interest rates again, but with this epidemic going out, they're looking at a negative GDP. And as if you know that the monetary policy goes to I've spoken this before. It's called Tyler's rule, and it's a balance of GDP, unemployment, and inflation. So and they're looking at about it for growth to raise up the Fed rates. They're looking at growth up to 3.5 to 4 is what they like to see, so they can start raising it. But you can see in year 21 they're projecting that it's going to be up close to 5%, and that's just a forecast. Next slide. The chart above shows the I forgot what this one was. This is the inflation rate. So when you have high inflation, the Feds typically will raise interest rates. When you have low inflation, they typically start lowering it down, and that coincides with the amount of unemployment. Well, the slide on the bottom is the unemployment rate. We went from having about 200,000 nationwide, and at the point that I did this was over 22 million unemployed. So you know that until people start going back to work or GDP strains out, that these interest rates are going to hold until things start to rebalance out. Next slide. So these are the Barclay indices that we track, like our bonds. So the bonds have been really high. So doesn't mean we're getting high interest. It's just been the value's been high. So we run on a Lehman Brothers still ticker, even though they're not existed. The ticker remains the same, and you can see the value on the Lehman Brothers ticket that we use. That was the U.S. aggregated, which is a mixture of federal fixed income paper as a benchmark, and you could see that it's way high. It's 2,314.27. Beforehand, it had been in the 1500s, was still high, but it actually started to skyrocket once the government started buying more and more of these bonds. Next slide. So this is just kind of a snapshot of the Dow over this is a 6-month graph. So you can see, and I highlighted it at February 29th. That's the highest it was ever been. It was at 29,000. And you could see in just a few, not even a month, it dropped to an all-time low of 18. So this is when things started really turning. And then with shelter in place going on all over the place, the oil prices started to follow this pattern as well. Next slide. this indices at a 5-year snapshot, and I actually put a snapshot in a band where in November of 2004 to what it is now is what where it's almost at right now. So it took all those years to go up to 29,000. So that means this, everything was doing well. Now a lot of the stocks and a lot of the ones that were straggling, they have taken them even off of the S&P, and because they're that bad of condition. Next window. This is the Nasdaq, or what I call the NAS. 219. It also followed. It took a drastic turn, and this is just in the matter of 30 days. This just shows the confidence in consumer spending in factories and manufacturers holding back to see what was going on. Next slide. And as you can see, the oil plunged below $10 a barrel. Well, this is before I turned it in. I think the next day there was now negative for oil, for crude oil. So the futures look bad on this, and that's because there's nobody traveling. There's too much oil around. In fact, I was reading a while ago with Bloomberg that some oil producers had to pay some facilities in Texas to hold 23 million gallons of oil. So now they're having to pay the refineries to hold them, and it's vice versa right now. The other thing that's actually kind of frightening, which a lot of consumers are looking at it, is there's been talks about there being a food shortage. Well, that's the supply and demand that makes things so erratic. So for about a month, everybody was spending crazy, buying everything from toilet paper to pasta, like I said before, and they were started to just overall use money. So they started producing a lot more food output. So the slaughterhouses started doing a lot of more slaughtering, and they overdid it, and now they're having to just because everybody bought and nobody's buying as much as they were. They're having to have a loss on the meats. They're actually having to bury it, and I think you've heard a lot of the dairy farmers are having to dump thousands of gallons a day of milk because the demand isn't there, because no restaurants are buying them. The same with the beef. The restaurants aren't buying them like they would. There's 70% reduction, pretty much is what I've heard of the reduction in the hospitality, food and hospitality. So that reduction is there, and there's been some farmers having to again compost their onions and potatoes too, because the supply's there, the demand's not. So that's the whole balance that's going on. That's where that's been big talks, especially with the PPE. Is they had them. And there were talks that there was material shortage. Well, there wasn't a material shortage. It's that the demand wasn't there, and factories, so they're not taxed a lot. They make to what's needed, and then when there's a sudden demand, they're having to play catch up now to suit those needs. And then plus our federal government, during the Trump administration, they haven't restored their reserves like they were supposed to after the Zika virus and the Ebola outbreak. They didn't replenish all that PPE that they were supposed to. So if our big leaders aren't doing that, then we're going to have a problem across the board. And as you can see, it trickled down, and that's where our economy is pretty much right now. And I don't see it resurrecting in the next any time soon. With that, I stand for next slide. I stand for any kind of questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Treasurer Varela. I'm going to go to my board. Commissioner Hanson, do you have questions, comments?
Thank you, Treasurer Varela. It's very sobering and very sad. But I appreciate the information. I did have one question here on one slide that didn't have a start date. I think it's the slide where on the NASDAQ where it was coming up from. It's the 8153.58.
Yes.
Where does that start? Where does
That was the highest it was that day on the 219. That's before we were on an upward trend.
I know, but what I want to know where it was coming from over by the green line.
By the green line, this is
I mean, how long is this projection for?
this is a 6-month projection, so this would have been like October, November.
Okay.
So it had been in a gradual upward trend after the inverted curve. So everything looked really, really good. It looked really promising. And then all of a sudden this happened and pushed everything down. And it's going to be down for a while. Even if these companies, they're doing a lot better, they're not back to what they were by means, but with all the problems that we're having with the shortages and then the extra money in the system, it's going to hold these rates down.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, thank you very much for the information, but I don't have any questions at this moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any questions, comments?
Commissioner Moreno, we cannot hear you.
Somebody keeps.
There you go, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to say again, flexibility is going to be our friend. If we go one way too much and it goes wrong, we might not be in good shape. So flexibility and just be a rocky road.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, thank you. A couple of comments. Or bank fees. Why are they higher? And for merchant services, just a couple of comments. Is our bank that we deal with, is it a local bank? I hope it's a local bank. If we need to look into that. And then also, this is an action item. I'd like to make a motion actually that we actually approve the 6-month investment strategy with the oversight of the county manager to make sure she oversees this and signs all the stuff. Would I like to make a motion?
So we haven't, Commissioner Garcia, we haven't finished. We still have the fixed income and we have still another part of the plan to be presented.
Oh, I thought we were done with the presentation. Sorry, Commissioner.
No, I was just standing for questions on my economic outlook.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for your comments. And I just want to say thank you to our Treasurer Barella also for giving us a very comprehensive update. It is a trying time right now, and it's very sobering, as Commissioner Hanson indicated. So we appreciate that. So with no other questions, if you'd like to continue, Treasurer Barella.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a whole. Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Chair, I just, Commissioner Garcia actually had a question that I think would be interesting to hear answered about the fees, the bank fees, and whether the bank was local.
Yes, our bank is First National, which is now called Sunflower. It's just right down the street from the Bocum building. That's our fiscal agent. Every company that we deal business with has either a presence in Santa Fe or a presence in New Mexico, and that goes with like our broker dealers. They have to have some kind of physical presence in order for us to be able to do any kind of trades. So I try and keep everything local as much as we can.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Mr. Treasurer, with all due respect, First National Bank is not a local bank anymore. It used to be a local bank, and actually they sold out to somebody else. So it's not really a local bank anymore. So can you explain that as to how you feel it's a local bank?
Well, it isn't. It actually was when we got the contract. It was It was First National. They had established it. They had a 1070 a certification, which means it was a local one because if you look at your routing numbers, if it has anything that says 1070, that was a New Mexico charter. A 3070 means it's a New Mexico charter for credit unions. That number changed back about 2 years ago, and I think we're looking right now. We're still under contract with them. We're in an RFP with them, but I think we're going to be going out for an RFP next year. But there's not too many more local banks that exist anymore. As you know, LAMB went to Enterprise, which is actually St. Louis. Yeah, they're a St. Louis bank, and Bank of Albuquerque is actually Bank of Oklahoma. And I think the only one that actually is still a local bank is New Mexico Bank and Trust. So those have been absorbed by the banks because of the last recession for one thing, because their balance sheets were way off, and we had too much money for them to even look at us as a customer, because it would really throw off their balance sheet and they wouldn't be able to lend to other customers. I told this to Catherine. This might be something that we need to look at as Santa Fe County going and getting their own public charter and opening a bank of our own. It can be in stages, and it could be an operational one at first, and then once we get the longevity, actually started opening up to maybe the public, to Santa Fe County customers and their employees and so on. But that would, then we'd only have to pay the feds with everything else. We wouldn't have to pay any fees because it'd all be in-house. Now, I know the city tried to do that a couple of years ago. I kind of read their analysis on it, and I've called some other people that I know, and I've talked to. It doesn't seem like it's that hard. I think the really expensive part about it is the ERP system, but now there's cheaper ones that are cloud-based that they don't have to have that, and then plus all the certifications that you need monthly. But that might be something that you guys should look at later on. But those fees are basically for the servicing fees. So any kind of wires can possibly go up. Of course, the interest rates have gone down, so that was offsetting like our past pays. Any kind of services that we had additionally. Now we have a Paymantis, which is using a lot of our. That's for the credit card provider. Well, those ones we're having to open a bank account for each individual agency. Like for instance, ambulance has to have their own bank because it has to have some kind of tracking. So if an ambulance customer pays through that portal, it settles in that account. The same with the property tax; it'll settle in the property tax account. And I know the sheriff was interested in having some at the animal control as well. So each one has to have their own. So we're piling up a bunch of services. So we have to have amount of liquidity to offer the services that we have and we're going to have. So I need to figure out how it's going to impact. So we don't have to pay, I'm going to say out of pocket, but we don't have to pay any fees. So we might have to increase our holdings at the bank, but that can be an offset for them too, because they might say, well, that's too much money for us to hold for you. So that can be a challenge.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, thank you for the update and for us bringing this forward. I just think that Santa Fe County has the best credit in the entire nation. So like I would think that banks are actually saying, no, come to us. You guys have the most ultimate best credit, so come to us. We actually won't charge you these merchant services or card webs, whatever else. So just maybe in the future, as a county commission, as the policymakers, we actually need to think about how we invest the public's money in a local bank, because like I said, we have the ultimate best credit in the entire nation. So just food for thought. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So if we can go on to the next part of the presentation, Treasurer Varela.
Sure. So like I stated earlier, we're going to have to work together. So I'm going to have to work really, really close with Catherine and Yvonne to make sure we don't invest too far out, because we don't know if we're going to need money on. So we're just going to kind of keep things just on a conversation's sake, as we go along, to see where we're going to put the money and how long and how much we have to put aside in case.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Treasurer, with all due respect, so when you say we have to invest, is that the county manager, the county commission, or you, or who?
No, I invest, but I just see that's where a lot of treasurers go rogue because they think they have all the power and they can just invest what they think is best interest for maybe a pat on the back, but we have to worry about cash flow. What are we going to need in 6 months? Like we pay bond payments at different intervals in the year, so we have to sure we have that money to pay.
Somebody needs to mute their background.
Yes, thank you.
Uh,
So, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, so once again, our fund that the county commission oversees and through you as the treasurer, as the investor, so does Manager Miller or the commission actually say, where are you going to put these bonds or what stock market, how that works? Or is that up to you? Obviously, it is up to you, but does the manager have oversight over that stuff?
No. No, statute, I follow statute 61010, but what I do is I provide you my plan. And when you approve my plan, and then I have my committee meeting, which I invite you to come to, we talk about this on a monthly basis. This is what we're doing. This is what the outlook looks like, and this is why we're doing it. So I just don't go out and say, I'm going to put it out in 7 years, because that happened to me when I came into this office. I inherited a lot of long terms. And over the years, I had to unload them. I didn't unload them at a loss. I actually profited on them, but it was way outside of the window. The communication is I think it's way better. I have monthly meetings with a manager. In our investment committee meetings, I'm very transparent. I talk to everyone and say, this is what's going on. This is what it looks like. So I'm always in communication.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
No, and Mr. Chair, Commissioner
Hamilton.
County investment policy as well.
Exactly, yes.
So there are guidelines that are.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's some people have gone in trouble, and I actually have a friend of mine that was a good investor, and they appointed him as a city treasurer, and he almost bankrupted it within a couple of months because he made a good decision on investing, but he didn't think about cash flow. So I had to kind of help him out for 3 months to get him out of that mess. But that's something that potentially could happen to anybody if they're trying to go and go after yield, and they're going to do something to get a great pat on the back. Well, that's not what it's about. It's about working for the county and using that money for, of course, it's taxpayer money, but we have to make sure it's safe.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry,
Can we please move on?
to interrupt you. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm here to answer any questions because now is the time that there's going to be a lot of questions. So I was in that same treasurer. He was asking how our county is, and I said, and then I got these questions because they're asking about the city, and I said, well, I think about it as like a ship, with a captain. We have a good captain and we have good officers, so we're going to cruise. We may not cruise at the same speed, but we're cruising, and that's our county manager's our captain, and we have all the other officers. As long as we fall in line, we're going to be okay and follow what's recommended, and we'll make it. We made it through before in 2008 through 2011 when I was really, had these challenges before. So I don't know if I can say I was fortunate, but I guess you could say I was fortunate to have to go through this when I came in office, but I kind of know what to do already and but in the communication to keep with now. So with that, as you can see on our screen, this is the balance in our operations portfolio. We have $131,536,593.19. Our core portfolio, which you might want to know this, Commissioner Garcia, the core portfolio is money that's deemed that we don't need it within 10 years, so we can go actually out 10 years on this core portfolio, which we can get a little bit better revenue on the core because we're going out a little bit more on the curve. So in that one, we have a balance of $27,128,630.71. Our GOB 2011 portfolio has $4,955,654.42. Our 2013 portfolio GOB has $4,524,527.03. Our GOB 2018 has $12,503,450.69. Our GOB 2019 has $18,825,923.65. Our Charles Schwab account has $34,963,167.46. And our housing, when I opened the account, it has 4 million. It has since grown, but it's not growing as fast because I thought I could put this money where I could get more money as in our ICS account because I was paying 1.5% at the time. It only lasted for about 5 days until it went down. So the total that we have right now in our fixed income portfolio is $230,437,912.15. Next slide. So this is our net estimated income or our yield that we're getting, or profit is another word that we're getting. So since January 2nd to March 31st in our Sunflower, which Sunflower isn't Sunflower Bank, it's actually our custodial, which is US Bank. We've made $905,037.07 in yield. Charles Schwab, we've made $91,462.70 in yield, and UBS, we've made a total of $279,126.73 for a total estimated yield income of $1,275,626.58. That's not going to happen anymore because this is as of 3/31. So now they're starting to call. So I'm going to have those interest rates are going to be way different. Next slide. So at the end of last year, we made about $5.25 million in earned income within the yield. So next slide. We won't be seeing that pretty much anymore because of the interest being so low. So I'm going to say we're going to get anywhere in the neighborhood between 2.5 to 3.2, maybe if at the end of the year with the help of the first quarter. So my strategy now, and I'm going to explain this in detail because it's a lot different. I'm going to look at investing in steppers with long call protection. Now, call protection is like if I buy something now, it may have 3 months or 6 month call protection, and you'll see a higher coupon, meaning a higher yield. We're going to get that yield as long as it has that call protection. So if it has 3 months call protection, so in July, you'll get 3 months of the higher interest, and then it'll get called again. The only challenge is I'll be in that rate environment in July, which I predict it's going to be the same. So those help a little bit because you get a little bit more coupon value. I need to invest in more. CDs are still playing a lot, believe it or not. The bank CDs, they haven't caught up yet to the reduction. So there's still a lot of CDs out there. So I'm still going to be getting some if I can locate them. I think Santa Fe County owns practically almost every bank in the nation at some point, and some at some maturity date. I know my manager Teresa. She probably wants to strangle me, but I buy a bunch of these, and probably Melanie Ramirez in finance because they have to reconcile them. But we have a huge list of CDs. So if I can get those and locate them, that we don't have them because we can't duplicate them, I'm going to get those too. I'm going to invest in coupons with higher yield cash flows, still following 6-10-10 and being the safety. Get those kind of coupons. Super Nationals, they have sensible spreads right now. Those are still good. They have gone down in value. They're paying about 1.20, and that's about for 3 years. So those are actually a good instrument to buy. Only they're being hard to find now because everybody's trying to get what they can. Investing in government money markets for the settle investments. I'm going to invest in some cash accounts that pay better yield than our regular bank accounts. And then, of course, I'm going to invest in alliance with a 6-10-10 and, of course, our IP policy. And then I have there that I'm going to have to work with a county manager for needed cash flows, and then maintain a liquidity cushion to pay any kind of emergency that we need. We just went through one. We're going through one. We may need money, like say, for instance, in a different location. So I can actually move that money to another fund so there can be coverage if needed. So these are my suggested investment strategies from now till, for 6 months, and things may change. If they change, I'll bring them to the investment committee meeting because now this market, everything's changing radically day by day. So This is an action item, so I stand now for any questions on my strategy.
Thank you, Commissioner Varela. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions. We talked about the $1.2 million that we actually making money off of our investments. Is that per year? Is that quarterly? How does that work?
I'm sorry, I only heard parts of your conversation.
Mr. Treasurer, so you talked about $1.2 million that we actually make money off of our investments. Is that per year or is that quarterly?
The 5.25, that's what we made last year. That's what we made last year in yield income. It comes in because each instrument that we buy has a different pay period for the interest. Some are semi-annually, some annually, some 6 months. So they pay at different intervals. So that's how come I put estimated. That's what we made. That's been the record since I've been in office. But we were at a higher interest rate. We're not going to receive that now. We're going to be right now, like I said earlier, we are at a for what we got between January and March will be probably the most that you'll see in a whole quarter from now on, because now they're being called and I'm having to invest in a lower interest environment.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, so that's every year you invest with the county commission's approval. You actually invest that every year, and that's what we made last year, $5.2 million, correct?
I actually invest almost daily because it comes in. But yes, I propose a strategy, and I always invest within that strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And then also, Mr. Treasurer, you seem like you're very knowledgeable as into how the taxpayers' dollars are invested.
Mm-hmm.
So the concern I have, what happens if you weren't here today or tomorrow? And so who's going to take over the reins as into the knowledge that
Well,
you have?
You know that's going to happen in January, right?
I know. That's why I'm going. As you actually have been there for 7.5 years, and I just want to know, like, who has the institutional knowledge that you have or that you gained, as into how does the county, our treasurer, how does our treasurer invest our money? So I just want to make sure that the taxpayers' tax base is getting invested in the proper way, which you've done an excellent job. So that's just a concern or a challenge that I have, as into Pat's not here. Mr. Varela, who's going to do his job? So Catherine Miller, the county commission, or not, you don't need to mention any names, but I'm just saying, like, we have a lot of investments that we've done, we need to do throughout Santa Fe County because we're a very great county. So I just want to know, as into, you have a lot of knowledge of the things that are up there on the screen, as into, like, who's going to do all that stuff? So that's just the concern or challenge that I have for the county commission policymaker.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia. I'm sorry, I can't really answer that question. I mean, I came in office with investment knowledge. I used to invest with a company I worked for before, and it was payroll. It was a different kind of investing, but here we have different guidelines. But I've learned this for many years. I'm going to say about 22 years is what I have a knowledge of it. But everything goes by what's happening in the world. You just have to pay attention to what's really going on and knowing who to talk to.
So, Mr. Chair, if no other commissioners have any questions?
Yeah, we have questions.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was going to wait for the chair to call on other people. He was going around the room.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm fine if you wanted to make a motion, Commissioner Garcia, and then we can also still go around the room. Commissioner Garcia, is that what you were alluding to?
I'd like to make a motion, and then we can open up for discussion, if you're okay with that, Mr. Chair, that we actually move forward with the treasurer's plan. I'd like to include that we actually include Manager Miller's signature authority on the plan or the project.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Are you calling on me to ask questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
And if you want a second, it's up to you.
I'm not sure what the motion, I'm not sure. No, I don't at this time. I think there needs to be a clarification. Treasurer Varela, I appreciate that you're trying to do the logical thing here with some of this revised investment plan, and particularly appreciate your emphasis on interacting with everybody as this plan goes forward and with the county manager with respect to the plan and with needed cash flows. Which of these things would you be most concerned about over the next few months if things change substantially, if things get substantially worse, if the economy and the market take certain turns that and that might force the feds to take some unusual actions? Which do you think are most of these are most labile that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, everything's really important. That's how come I keep an eye on every single market there is. Our biggest concern that I can see is making sure that we have money for what we need to pay for. So I'm going to say cash flow is going to be the next big thing that's there. Right now that we've had a lot of calls, like I stated earlier, I haven't reinvested in it yet because I need to find out from our manager and from our finance director what they think is a good, say, safety net to have on hand as with liquidity. Because I don't want to put something out and say I'm going to buy something for 6 months, and then they say, well, you know what, we're going to need something in 2 months. So it's really communication is going to be the key for the next few. I'm going to say more than 6 months, maybe like till the end of the year is going to be key because, like I said, this can happen again. We can get a relapse just by people being crazy and not do social distancing. So we need to really keep a good communication network before things get bought, because then we don't want to have to buy it at a loss, and that's what happened now because it can't go any more lower. And so if we would sell it, we would sell it at a loss. So we don't want to do that. So I'm going to say cash flow is going to be the most important part right now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Garcia, I just want a clarification on what you mean by the add-on in terms of approvals, because there is an investment process and that includes the investment policy, which these fall with I'm sure the treasurer has developed this in light of that investment policy. So I didn't understand the second part of your motion.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I just want to make sure that the treasurer, with all due respect to him, isn't just tied up for him making all the decisions to invest all the county's money. So as long as the investment committee is involved and they approve everything he does, I'm okay with that.
Thanks for the clarification.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Treasurer Varela?
Just a point of clarification to Commissioner Garcia. When I came in office, our IP or our investment policy was you could drive a truck through it. It wasn't really clear. We've the people that's been in our committee. I spoke with when I came in. I spoke with Catherine. Our county manager, and I said, look, this is kind of weird, and so we should actually tighten it up. So all the group and a lot of you were in it. We made it what it is now, and actually a lot of other counties have used ours as a model, and actually the city of Espanola actually used ours as a model for their own city too. So we've done some really good strides in doing it.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, as long as we have like oversight, with all due respect to you, Mr. Treasurer, there's an investment committee that Commissioner Hamilton's on. I'm fine.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hampson?
Yeah, so I want to invite Commissioner Garcia to come to the investment committee and see the policies and see all the things that we have changed over the years. Because since Commissioner Hamilton and myself and Commissioner Roybal have been serving on the Investment Committee, we have updated and upgraded the policy with working with the county manager and with the treasurer. And so we have made the policy much stronger. And that is the guiding principle that the treasurer has to follow, is the policy that we have written. And so I will second your motion, so we have a second. But the main issue is to approve the treasurer's investment plan for the next 6 months. And that means that the investment committee will be meeting on a regular monthly basis to see what he is doing. And the county manager always attends the investment committee. We haven't met for a month, so the fact we're having this finance meeting, but our next meeting will be in May.
Awesome. Thank you, commissioners. Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
One
Hamilton?
other thing I wanted is maybe, Mr. Treasurer, you might send out the most recent updated investment policy to all the commissioners. And part of the reason I'm suggesting it is because I thought I would mention that it's on the county website, but the one that comes up is dated 2014. So you know, if you made that available to everybody, that would probably be helpful, you know.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
And possibly we could get the correct and the latest policy up on the website. Commissioner Hamilton, because we did approve a new policy, I believe it was last year.
Correct.
Yeah, so maybe we can get the new policy up on the website. It would be really helpful.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer Varela and commissioners, for your comments. I know that this policy has been a living document over the years that I've been a commissioner, and I've seen it improve substantially, as Treasurer Varela has indicated. And so I'm very happy and proud of the fact that we have made these changes to this policy. And so with that being said, I just want to reiterate that, you know, that Commissioner or Treasurer Varela has worked extensively on this as well. And I do want to thank my fellow commissioners for the work that we've done. And I think in the future, we should probably look at doing a summary or some sort of training to our commissioners and anybody else that would like to kind of know where the policy is at, because it's something that we all should know as policymakers, how this is in place and how it protects our constituents. So I appreciate that. And I think that if we can spend some time with all of our commissioners so they understand it thoroughly. Once again, thank you. We do have a motion and a motion from Commissioner Garcia and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson, sorry. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson.
Garcia?
Commissioner Hanson?
Oh, yes. Approved.
Yes. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And Commissioner Roybal is a yes as well. So we have a unanimous decision on approving the treasurer's plan, 6 month investment strategy. Thank you again, Treasurer Varela. I don't know if you have any closing comments.
Actually, I need to give you my other balances. This is just the approval of the strategy.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So if we can get the presentation back online again real quick. And this will be brief because it's just basically the statement balances. Next slide. Our L&B studio account, now that's the lockbox for the studio. It's now at $5,157,035.29. I think when I came in office, it was, and I don't know if Manager Miller's there, but it was upward like 6.5. So every time they pay it, I do a drawdown. So that's the drawdown balance. our various CDs that we have in local, Guadalupe Credit Union, US Eagle. These are, we have a balance of $1,259,439.14. Our First National Santa Fe, we have a closing balance in March of $42,604,196.04. All these are UBS. Our UBS 2013 series has $1,312,530.72. Our UBS government bond money market actually has $20,302,482.25. Our UBS 2016 improvement bond has $7,332,155.82. Our GRT 2016 has $1,009,801.03. Our USB 2017 CD, it's still paying this amount. This is what we're getting back in the day when the interest rates are high. The CD is paying 3.35, so that's a $250,000 because we can't go over FDIC. And the interest on that thus far in a different account that we have there, the account has $15,879.11. NY Mellon, which was a Portagon one that we sold a few years back. That's there, and it's made we have $2,791,311.44 for a total of $82,034,830.84. Next slide. So grand total of all balances, this is our portfolio and our investments. In our bank balances, we had a grand total for the end of March of $320,472,742.99. Next slide. This is where there's a lot of heartburn. We're still getting 2.5% or basis points, or 250 basis points from LAD. That's just our lockbox CD. First National, we're now only getting 12 basis points. Our FICA accounts, which are federally insured cash accounts, we're only getting 17. A couple of months ago, we were getting 1.80 or 1.8%. UBS, we were getting 10. We were getting 2.05. Schwab, we getting in the different accounts, we're getting anywhere between 10 and 1.56% in our earnings. So you can see how things have taken a drastic turn, unfortunately. Next slide. Our core account average earnings are anywhere between 1.58 to 3.5. Before we were getting about 3.94 basis points. Our munis that we're getting there in the neighborhood of 2.96 or almost 3%. And our combined ops is making about 1.75 now. Now, like I said, we're going to get a lot of them called. So that's about what the average is now. Before we're getting about 2.43. So you can see the drastic changes that have happened over the past couple of months. Like I said, we're not going to see them. And actually kind of, we don't have to really fear about that because statutorily we can only buy munis issued in this state, certain criterias. But I'm been telling other treasurers around the country, I think munis are going to be a little bit risky because we can go back in that environment that we were back in 2008, 2009, when a lot of municipalities were going bankrupt. So even though they look good on paper, they're probably not good to buy. Luckily we can't buy in, say, California, but you never know for them to be able to go belly up and you're stuck with that investment. So that's just something I'm throwing out there. It's just a risk that we don't have to worry about it because we can only invest in New Mexico, and New Mexico bonds are all AAA rated because of having to close the state in a balanced budget. That's all I have. Next slide. I think if there are any other questions that I can answer.
Do we have any other questions from the commission? Is this Commissioner Hanson? I'm going to go around the table. Let's start with Commissioner Hanson.
No, I have no other questions.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a clarification. I had actually, because I thought it would be the quickest way to get there, I had Googled the investment policy. It didn't actually take me to the county website. It came up with the 2014 policy. If you go to the website, what's posted is the 2018 policy, which is clearly better, less out of date. But if, Mr. Treasurer, if you don't mind checking, because I thought Commissioner Hanson was right in that we had some revisions in 2019. So I just wanted to clarify that you do have a 2018 policy posted.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We did have a revision because there were several changes made in statute. If you remember, we had some different durations, different permissible bonds now. So we put those in statutes. We did put them in policy. And yeah, I'll get that. I'll see who does that. I guess I'll have to get with Daniel Efrescas to make sure or see how we do that.
Fabulous, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
No further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Moreno?
I think I'm good.
All righty. Thank you, sir. Okay, Treasurer Varela, thank you again for your update and all the information. I know in years before you probably were happier to share that information than this one, but you know, I think it's we're doing a great job in being proactive and taking care of our constituents' tax dollars.
Yes, that's important. It's like I was proactive, like Manager Miller stated earlier, in trying to get an extension on the property taxes, but you know it was knocked down. But at least we made the effort, and actually they look at Santa Fe County saying, well, at least they made the effort for us. So it all pans out. I mean, they might be a little bit angry, but when they see you try, they're okay about it.
All righty. Thank you, sir. And I like the action figures in the background there. Action figures. All righty. Thanks again, Treasurer Varela.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't need action on this. It was just more information, correct? So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go through a roll call vote. We have Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
And myself, Commissioner Roy, 5 yeses. Motion passes. We're going to go on to our next item is the Board of County Commissioners. And this is going to be matters from the county attorney. Mr. Schaefer, can you give us a summary of what we'll be going into executive session for?
Mr. Chair, before we do that.
Yes, good. I'm glad you reminded us. We have to make a motion to come out of our last meeting. Is that correct?
Yes,
no, we did
but
that.
also we have reports. Can you mute yourself? We also have reports that are on the agenda. And so if the board does not have any questions of department directors regarding those reports, I would just respectfully ask that the board dismiss folks from participating in the meeting at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson, go ahead.
I want to thank Rachel for the community service report and all the work that they are doing on the Connect program and working with the city and funding the shelters. And absolutely, I just want to thank Rachel and Patricia and her entire team, the finance department, Yvonne, Penny and her entire department, Sonia and Pablo and Gary. I want to thank them all for the reports. And it's very helpful to know everything that's going on. So I'm grateful.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I also would like to just thank all of our staff that put these reports together. They're really beneficial and helpful. Are there any other comments from any other commissioners?
No comments, just similar thanks for doing the reports and sticking around for questions.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, it's okay to release staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then you are correct. At the BCC's April 14, 2020 meeting, we went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene in open session. So I would therefore respectfully request at this point a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the April 14, 2020 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure.
I'd so move.
Second, this is Rudy.
And Mr. Chair, we can't hear you. You're muted.
A second from Commissioner Garcia. We're going to go ahead and go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And Commissioner Roybal is a yes as well, so you have 5 yeses. Motion passes unanimously. Now, Mr. Schaefer, it doesn't appear that we have any other pending business after we go into executive session, so if we could follow the same path that we did for our last meeting. I don't know if the motion, if we have to bring forward a motion during the time, included with our executive session motion in order to dismiss from the executive session.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would respectfully ask at this point for a motion to adjourn the open session of the meeting and go into executive session for the purposes of discussing pending or threatened litigation in which the county is party as allowed under the Open Meetings Act. And the case to be discussed is PMB Limited versus Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners, cause number D101 CV 2018-03417.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I want to make sure that, so we are concluding the meeting also, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
You included that in the
Madam
motion?
Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is included in the motion that will be adjourning the open portion of the meeting. So we won't be coming back into open session.
Greg, this is Geraldine Salazar. Do I need to take a roll call for executive session?
Yes, we will be doing a roll call. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Moreno. Can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Chair Roybal. Chair Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
You have 5 yeses. Thank you and good evening to you all.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Thank you for all your support.
Madam Clerk.
Good night.
Okay, so we're in executive session, but I just wanted to give everybody a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 6:50 in the executive session, just so anybody that needs a quick break, we can be right back. And Tessa, Joe, if you can make sure that everybody else is off of for the executive session.
Absolutely. And then I'll turn it over to Catherine to lock the meeting once I leave.
Thank you.
Thank you.